proper mouth watering. You brought that CD forward, had the MCing over?
Oh, I got it with his new.
Yeah, I'll put it on. Well, yeah, this is for all the gangsters. All the people who understand our class. The mafia, the gangsters, the trippers, the Longstons, everyone. Here we go. When I was a little blob of spunk, just a coming up me father, I heard me uncle talking to me mother and me nana, talking about how they thought I'd be a puff, but when I came out, I called a pure bluff. By the age of 2, I had me own crew. To be a real gangster was all I fucking knew. Knocking on the doors, collecting people's scrap, saving up me money for me first on the top. I didn't use a bucket, didn't use a pipe, smoked a fucking lot through me BMX bike. 100 bars, tin foil, a pack of bag. Me first bit of smoke made a spark with me dad. I'm a gangster and I love to rock. All the gangsters in the UK look up to me. The talk I sell is pure strict as fuck. Yeah man, it'll make it go white off one blah. All the lasses think I'm pop and lush. Oh yeah, buzzcocks, your balls are put on massive. All the gangsters think I'm pure kush. Yeah man, I'm a gangster man. By the age of 14, I got me first ride. In me nana's garden on me little cousin slade. She was 25 but she didn't look old. For me first fuck she was pure solid gold. She made us walk her home and she wouldn't let us loose. So I went back round with Trekker and egged her fucking hoose. Ructions got started, a fella got mad. So he came round and started on me dad. What a little dirty fucking run at mine. Got on me bread knife, it sliced tail. I'm a gangster and I love to rock. Yeah man, I've had a fight with 4 Staffordshires man. The talk I sell is pure strict as fuck. Ha, you want a whitey? All the lasses think I'm pop and lush. Oh yeah, buzzcock, suck me tits, man. Alright. All the gangsters think I'm pure kush. Well, gangster, look at me. I've got a little pal who looks up to me. I taught him how to box from the age of 3. So didn't fuck with him cause he doesn't fuck a boot. Me best pal Trekker, he'll only knock you out.
Riding on me cross, I do Holly Cross Hill. More lethal in a spacker with a bag of pills. Copper still chasing cause I pinch a bar of crisps. I think I'm getting faster cause I'm fucking off me tits. Dawson's, Mario's, Misties in a Rocky. Full bag of mushrooms in a line of fucking coffee. Nothing suits is better than a fight with a staffy. Knocked out a copper dog cause I put it on a lappy.
I'm a gangster and I love to rock. Well here man, I knocked out my shooter at 6. The talk I sell is pure strict as fuck. Yeah man, my pack will boss your face in. All the lasses think I'm pop and lush. Hey alright pet, let's poke you new. All the gangsters think I'm pure kush. Yeah gangsters, hello, it's me again. Read on when I say all the gangsters are look up new right now on this fucking song so you understand where the fuck I'm coming from. I look up to the Judgment Day crew, Smith, MC Donald, the Regency Dandy, Gaffers, Lord Blackie and all the jukebox mafia. Adele, Carly, Skeleton Girl and Stu, here your Newcastle's most lethal shoplifting crew. Right now I'll tell you about all the fucking gangsters, I'm gonna fucking leave you with this. I smoke talk, I hit people, I don't care if people come in like, yeah man, you're a little gangster, I got I'm pure proud to be a gangster. I want to be a gangster for the rest of my life, man. I need to be a gangster. I live to rob old people and smoke fucking drugs.
Yes, Buzzcocks. Sorry. Yeah, Buzzcocks, yeah. Buzzcocks, yeah, what am I about? How we all doing? Just getting me bearings there, man. Being on night shift. It's all over now for another 9 days anyway. Getting too old for night shifts, like 12-hour ones anyway, you know. Slim Reaper, first one in as usual. Ginger's in there. Ginger's in green there, he's a member. Pick up the members. Jim Smith's there, doing the dishes. Julie's is there. Pick up Julie's in the nightclub. I'm guessing are you 50-50 partners in this nightclub or what? You and Cindy. Good idea, like, I must admit. Andy W, not seen you for a while, mate. Definitely got to get up your way shortly, like that golf course. Keep saying it, but getting closer, like golf and weather. Yep, we'll get onto the gambling thing in a bit. Oh no, serious, Anna, what was the last one about weed? I looked at the last two. thumbnails. Got a bit of a serious head going on, like smoking weed and now gambling. But you know, we've all got a gambling story, haven't we? It's light-hearted, really, but you know, it can be serious, can't it? This gambling thing. Yeah, I've got a few little stories. I hope everyone else has. You want to come on and share them? No Slim Reaper likes a little flutter. We all like a little flutter, don't we? There's nothing wrong with that. But when it goes a bit too far, normally I watch a few documentaries, you know, I'll have some uploaded, but I haven't had time today. But I have seen a few, you know, where it's got really serious and people taking their lives over gambling debts and stuff. It was never that bad, like, but puts a dent in your wallet, doesn't it? I have to put my glasses on anyway before I put this camera on. Well, I have to clean up first, like, as well. Got the out home bargain specials on today. Jim's on form there. That's it, innit? Yeah, there's a few people on here who'd go on the door for you, like. You know what? That just shows you if I'm not watching enough golf, Slim. You know why I fancied him? Because there's a few players who always do well on, you know, the first rounds. They go out, they always play well in the first 2 rounds. And then there's a few who are like slow burners. And in the Masters, you know, he's won it before. He's a major champion, you know, which you know, the fella that won it was a major champion, and that's my biggest tip. Yes, Bazza. Yeah, my biggest tip with the golf is, you know, we've got the Open coming up in a little while. Usually the cream rises to the top. That's all I'm going to say. You could be 10 shots off the lead after 2 rounds, just scraped in the cut and still win. Yeah, that's the gamble we have, Baz. Hope you're all right there, mate. You know, trying not to mention work today as well. Because, you know, I always get slaughtered for whinging about work, don't I? But just need to win the lottery. There's another gambling thing in it. That's gambling, isn't it? The lottery courses. Baz, man, you get the love in here, Baz. You know, we haven't seen you for a while. Oh, I've got some news as well. When we get 20, if we get 25 in here, I'll tell you my bit of news. Slim, if you see any glitches or anything, or start glitching out, let us know, mate. Because this tablet, even though it's brand new, it's hardly got anything on it, memory-wise. I've got a brilliant connection, internet connection. So I don't know why it's been playing up like. Could be the other 5 devices I've got running. Ah, interesting. Tell us about that one. Oh, the riffraff's in now. The riffraff's in. Oh, Jamie. Come on, mate. What's happening with the football, lad? You couldn't write this shit, could you, mate? If we play Coventry in them playoffs, me and you, yes, Aldi, me and you won't be talking like, you know what they did? I mean, Borough got beat by Rotherham, yeah? Rotherham at home fighting for their lives in the Championship. It's one of them in the end of season. We've got to have been resting players, haven't we? He's the man. He likes a flutter. I'm sure Sean will have something to say. Sean, jump on in a bit, mate, if you've got 5 minutes. I'll give you time to prepare. Tell us about your favourite. So what I'm interested in is, just your betting stories. I've got a few that I haven't told you. I had a good year where it was a long time ago, but it sucked me in. The gambling sucked me in, like it does anyone. But now it's not a problem now. But at the time, yeah, I mean 18 to 11. Well, it's crazy though, the odds in that now as well, isn't it? Like the odds in the Grand National, crazy. Yo, oh, look at that. Look at that. I've changed the font on the messages. I think I might put it back because let me have a look. Because I don't like that bubble shit. You watch, you won't be able to change it now. Where the hell is it? It's not over there. God damn it. Yeah, put it back to the bubble messages, and they take up half the screen, Take up half your screen when you put them on. How we doing anyway, Phil? Big up Phil Graham. Big up Al D. Big up one emoji. Respect to everyone who's thank you all for your input. It is, isn't it, mate? 100% squeaky bum time that. I'm not gonna lie, right? I've just done 6 minutes in the tanning booth there. Not even gonna lie, like. Usually I do this with the camera off, but let's just do it now. Oh, that's better. I tell you, when you get a 33-1, if you get a 33-1 winner, it's a bad thing in a way, isn't it? Because it sucks you in, man. Tim Smith in. I was just going to say, Tim, I haven't, even though I didn't get up at 3 o'clock, usually every time I put YouTube on, Tim Smith's got a live on, you know what I mean? He didn't even come up on the first page on YouTube. Just fucking unbelievable, but pick up anyway, Tim. We'll be all right there, buddy. I have to say, like, Tim, go back like, what, 6 months to some of Tim's lives, and then go to now. It's what you call, what is it? What's the word? Improvement, shall we? Improvement in all areas. Getting any golf in, like, Phil? I was talking to my friend. There's Bazza in. Baz, I was talking to Morty from work. He managed to scrounge. He had a four ball freebie at JCB. This is what it's called, JCB Golf and Country Club in New Toxa. I was talking to him the other day. He said it was nice, like really nice. He got there, one of them. He got there. He got a towel, a little towel with his name embroidered in it. Not printed or anything. His name was embroidered when he got there. So we got that as a little memento. A bit of a tough course though. 31 points, you reckon, yeah? There's Tim there, the best speller on YouTube by far. I might do I should do a special on the quality of the spelling on YouTube from a lot of our hosts. You know, even in titles for lives, what you can go and change. So one word, one letter. Sorry, one letter out on a spelling. You know, you can change the whole the whole dimension of your life like that. He's just Phil's quite chilled out today, isn't he? No, seriously. Come on, another five, and I'll tell you the news. So I set my alarm today for. I've been on nights last night, so I set my alarm for 3 o'clock. Bearing in mind, I got in bed. I was tucked up in bed for 7:30 this morning. With a bit of the tube on while I was at bed, falling asleep there. Set my alarm for 3 o'clock. No word of a lie. It was going off for 15 minutes before I turned over and turned it off. So if I'm looking a bit rough, that's because I've only been up 2.5 hours. Still managed to squeeze, yes, Outlaw King, still managed to squeeze 9 minutes in on the old Tannin booth. Tannin booth. How we doing, Outlaw King? Boy, the riffraff's definitely in now. Big up the big G. Hope you're all right there, brother. Think Big G, what were you doing all weekend, Big G? I didn't see much of you, mate. Must admit. Although, I'm not going to lie, on night shift now, I'm not going to bang on about work, but on night shift, we've got a new manager now, and he's all right. He's not too bad. But, you know, when you're testing the water, you're not allowed the mobile phone anyway on the shop floor, basically. You're not allowed the mobile phone. But everyone that has it, everyone has them in the pockets. On night shift, it's a little bit more chilled. But we've been testing the water, you know, with the earpods. You're supposed to have earplugs in, so it's a bit noisy. You know, sometimes you can get away with the earpods, and I've seen a few people walking about with them. But these 3 night shifts, I didn't have mine in, so I've just been like having a little look at the chat and whatever. But I haven't seen much of you, G. That was the point I was making. What's the point? Yeah, them slots. I mean, we'll get round to it, but I think the demon in this gambling thing now is them slots. Like, serious them. Yeah, they had me for a little bit. It's a little bit sad, isn't it? I just seen Smithers there. I thought I could smell Batty. Smithers in the chat, is he? Yeah, man. Get them links out, people. Don't be shy. Show the love. There he is. There he is. Times are hard, mate. Times are hard. Who remembers that last live that I had, yeah? When I got a little bottle of Jack Daniels, didn't I? Let me tell you, Jack Daniels doesn't last long in this house, but I totally forgot about it. So I'm just finishing it off there now. There's a couple of doubles in there. What's happening, Dave? How was your weekend, mate? I've seen your pictures from Lincoln Cathedral there with the nippers. Doing a bit of doing a family thing there with Dave. Being a little bit quiet. Does anyone else think that? Anyone else think Dave's being a little bit quiet? Yeah, man. All good, King. All good. Smash that like button. Hey, we've had a decent. Hey, Dave, had a decent week on the shorts. A couple of mad shorts out there. I think we're on 1,000. We're on 1,000. We've hit the 1,500 subscriber. 1,505, I think I'm on today. Usually you lose a couple, like, but as of now, 1,505 subs. Julie's hates the smell of whiskey. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I was getting a little bit of a taste for that whiskey, you know, that expensive stuff. It's normally that Talisker single malt. It's about 50% volume, man. You know what I mean? You know, don't want to be getting the taste for that. £42 a bottle. Yeah, bro. It is, isn't it? It's gone. It's gone through the roof again, hasn't it? This last week. What's the crap with Lincoln anyway? Dave. I think they had another win the other day, didn't they? They're going up, or are they in the playoffs or what? It's going to be an interesting few weeks though with Jamie Sawyer. I know that. Must be on cloud nine, the fella. Is there a big game on tonight as well? I think Blackburn. I don't know if you're guaranteed. Are you guaranteed a playoff spot, Jamie? What? There's a one game left. Like I was saying about the Borough got beat off Rotherham. They were away from home, but it's one of them, innit? You know, you're resting players now for what could be the three biggest games of your life, couldn't it? And I know they come pretty quick, these playoffs. I think you get the two home and away legs are usually done on the Wednesday and the Saturday, aren't they? And then you got the final the week after. I don't know. I'd like cover. I'd rather have Coventry than Blackburn, to be honest. Well, the other one's Millwall, I think. Luton. Let's get it right. Luton doesn't sound right in the Premiership, does it? They're not gonna last 2 minutes, are they? No problem, Tim. All that. No problem. Chelsea Arsenal tonight, Baz. Oh, that's a 6-pointer, in it. 6-pointer. It looks like Arsenal bottled it. Did anyone notice Hartlepool? Hartlepool, they were doing all right. You know, Emily, I'm doing it. Hope you good there. Hartlepool. Last I heard of Hartlepool, you know, they got a new manager who was a lad we used to go out with back in the day. And we're doing all right mid-table and that, but I think they're going out the league, aren't they? Sad day for Hartlepool, that like. I'm going to have a little look at let's have a little look at the league now. See what's going on in this. We've got Arsenal, Chelsea, 8 o'clock. Championship. So Burnley are up. Sheffield United are up. I tell you what, Jamie Sawyer. So looking at this, it's in their own hands, isn't it? Tell you what, could come down to goal difference with you and Sunderland, Jamie. Coventry and Sunderland. Sunderland 3 points behind you, but there's only 2 goals. You've scored 2 more. Your goal difference is 2 better than Sunderland, so they need a big win, don't they? They need you to get beat. Ludor, big up Ludor. Oh, they're already down, are they? Nightmare that. Because you know, Jeff Stelling's, he sort of saved. He's a Hartlepool fella, and he owns part of the club, and he's got a lot of shares in the club. That's why you'll see him on a Saturday on the Sky Sports. They'll always rib him about Hartlepool, but he hasn't done a very good job, has he? Yeah, Jeff Stelling. It's going to be a hard road back for Hartlepool and all that. Right, so let's have a look at that. Right, so even West Brom, Blackburn are out of it. West Brom need to win about 8-0 and hope everyone else gets beat. So basically, it's between Coventry, Sunderland, Millwall, isn't it? So what's the Blackburn 1-1, you know, with Luton yesterday. Huddersfield, Sheffield United on Thursday. That's not really going to do anything. So it's all about next Monday. Sunderland away at Preston. It was only the last game of the season. Middlesbrough home to Coventry. Fuck me. Last game of the season, man. I didn't realise. Fucking hell. Nostog. Pick up yourself, mate. I know you'll have something to say. Anyone who follows Nostog, yeah, or give him a sub. He gets some bets up, you know. He doesn't share them. He just puts the winning slips up, and I've noticed there's been a few winning slips there, mate. A few good ones as well. He did, didn't he? It's not the first time as well. You know, football betting, yeah. So football betting, it's. Can you remember back in the day? I was old enough to remember the pools. Is the pool still going? It used to be run by Littlewoods, wasn't it, or Vernon's? Was it Vernon? Yeah, Vernon's and Littlewoods. And you used to get that crappy bit of paper, didn't you? You used to put the X's on it. What was it you needed? Something like it's like 22 points or something, wasn't it? 22 points, and you had a chance at like the jackpot. So you needed did you get 2 or 3 points for a draw? And then it went to a score draw. Yeah. I do know someone who did win 50 grand on the polls. Are they still doing them like that? I know someone he's dead now, like, listen, but he won 50 grand on the polls a long time ago, so I can imagine 50 grand back in the day was a lot, you know what I mean? Susie, hope you're all right there, Susie. Yeah, I think they still might do the polls, you know. Still might do them, like. Stick this link out, see if I can get any help, because I've been looking about with these other channels, yeah, and they all get help, you know, they all get a load of people on the panel, so the host can like go to the toilet or grab some bit of eat, you know, and not worry about who's on the panel. And you read a lot of that word in it, you don't. Hip. I'm not even sure what it stands for, but I know it's the old. It's the best one. It's the best one to be on it. Basically, you get your car paid for and all that, don't you? Whatever. Well, this is it, Nostog. This is it. This is what we need, right? We need tips and all I learned from a year, right, of solid gambling, right, where it went a bit nuts. But from that year, the only thing I was just starting to get good at it. I was just starting to get good at it actually. And then I ran out of money and realized that I'd like wasted too much money on it, but I was just getting good. 4 teams. My favorite bet is 3 draws, like fiver or a tenner on 3 draws. I think you're looking at what you can get. It's about 25-1 in it, give or take, for 3 draws. I mean, out of all them games on a Saturday, the draws stick out like a sore thumb, don't they? So that would be my number 1 bet: 3 draws, fiver, maybe a tenner if I'm feeling flush. Tenner will probably give you over 250 quid back. But then my next tip, if you're going to go for a draw, right? So 1-1 is the most popular one, isn't it? But 2-2, it's underrated. 2-2 is very underrated, right? Because you can get good odds for a 2-2 draw. If it's not 1-1, right, it's going to be 2-2, isn't it? Because very rarely do you get 3-3 draws. So 2-2 draws are my second tip. Yeah. But you can look on a fixed odds coupon, and you can look and you can think it's got draw written all over it, you know, to like teams at the top or teams that haven't got nothing to play for. But my other tip would be don't bet on any football at the start of a new season, because all the teams that have come up, say the Nottingham Forests and whoever have gone up to the Premiership, that first few months in the Premiership, every game's like the FA Cup final for them. So they're putting everything into it 110%. So don't bet on them. Don't bet at the start of the season. Don't bet at the end of the season, because, you know, perfect example, Rotherham beat Middlesbrough 1-0 the other night. Because we're resting players. We've got big games coming up, so we only need another 5 people, then I can tell you my little bit of news. Yes, CD. Pick up yourself there, CD. Take it easy peasy. Certainly is. What I noticed was watching the local news the other day. Does anyone remember Julio Arca? Julio Arca. and Kevin Phillips. I think they were in the same side for the Mackhams back in the day. He's just took over. He's manager now of, I think it might be South Shields or one of the North East like non-league teams. Couldn't believe it. But I was like, come on, man, come on. Go on then. So I had a little phone call today, 3 o'clock. Well, 3:15 after my alarm was going off for 15 minutes. And I'm glad to say that our mate, Daryl Adams, Mr. Daryl Adams, remember him? Scouser. Daryl Adams has been in touch, people. He is alive and well. He's so alive and well that at the weekend he was enjoying himself at the final of the Snooker World Championships at the Crucible. Managed to blag some tickets there. So, big news, Daryl Adams confirmed, safe and well, living the life at the Crucible. Don't even know who's in the final, you know. But yeah, man, he's all good. He might be watching. I've told him I was on today. He's had phone problems for the last few months, and he hasn't seen any YouTube. Yeah, Nostog. We need what have you got a bet on tonight? I bet you have. We need a Nostog tip of the day or tip of the week even. Yeah, so Daryl, big love to Daryl. You know, if he's watching, he might even jump in the chat. You never know. Certainly is, mate. So how we doing, Big G? Are we all right or what, mate? Are we all good? It's going to go down to the last game of the season, Emily, isn't it, for the Premiership? You can just see it. That's what you want, though, as a neutral, don't you? Not as a. I mean, there's nothing worse. Nothing worse, man. The pressure in that. If you're a big fan, in the footy and it goes down to the last game of the season, you know. But I never really got into that. You know, the spread betting where you bet while the game's on, or who's going to get the next corner. Man, you can bet anything, can't you? How many throw-ins is going to be? But I did see Nostog did have a good one up there the other day with all stuff like that, you know. I think Daryl Adams does like them bets as well. I said to him before, I said, I don't get time to watch the match because you count how many corners there's been and who's been booked. Takes your mind off the match. Yes, Jaggy. Pick up the Jaggy Thistle there. Yes, my mate. Pick up Jay, lad. Hope you're good, mate. What's happening with Everton? Oh, I'm going to have to, I don't want to get this wrong, Jay. Let me have a look. Are Everton safe yet, or what? My mate Jay's a blue nose there. Have you been put out your misery? Oh, shit. That is going down the wire, isn't it? I'll forget about the top of the Premiership. It's all happening at the bottom, isn't it? Okay, now, Jay. How many games are left in the Premiership now? 34. There's a few games left in there. You can say that game, mate, hard times. You've been getting away with it, though, haven't you? You've been getting away with it the last few seasons, though. You've been flirting with relegation, haven't you? I'm pretty sure with it. Is it Everton and Southampton? Probably two of the longest serving Premier League teams, aren't they? John 84 there's had a good win there last week. He's already put a big dent in it. Brighton are another team, aren't they? You know, Brighton were flying, but you know, they knocked us out the FA Cup. And I watched the game at the Riverside. Fuck me. Absolutely played us off the park, 5-0, I think, though. But, you know, we've got nothing to play for now, have they? Can't get into Europe. What about Villa? Villa. Some turnaround of Villa there. Could end up with European football there. Europa Cup. Yeah, good luck with the Blue Noses anyway, Jay, lad. Say they're too big for the championship, mate. We don't want them to do a Coventry on it, do we? Nothing worse than that championship. Jesus. It's hard league to get out of, man. Shall be praying for you, mate. See you, mate, Jay. PP, saying PP's with you today, Jay, about he's off he's off fishing, isn't he? I think we need to pray for PP that he catches a fish tonight or over the next few days. I've left this one out on purpose because Bazza's a mag. You know what I mean? He's a Newcastle fan, so we don't really want to get him going, do we? Never seen anything like you couldn't predict it, could you? Let's put it that way. You couldn't predict Newcastle this season. I mean, they haven't even spent any money yet. Literally, I've not spent any money, and look at them. They had a little blip there a couple of weeks ago. We call it a little blip now, but a season ago, if they got a draw out of 3 or 4 games, they were happy. But yeah, Everton's got one of the old Goodison Park, proper old school, in it. And I've never looked on Google Earth or whatever, but I know that Anfield and Goodison Park, that literally a stone's throw away from each other. In what way, Jamie? He's wanting to catch a whopper, I know that. You've had your mention, Baz. Newcastle have had the mention. Champions League football next season. What about when Leicester won the league? What was it? Something like 5,000 to 1 or so, was it? People had bets on it as well, didn't they? And weren't the bookies going to pay out like weeks before the end of the season? They wanted to pay out, weren't they? Gaza. I never ever thought, Gaza back in the day. Obviously, Geordie, you can't get any more Geordie than Gaza, can you? But to see him in a Borough shirt, it's just never say never, right? That is one of my sayings in life, never say never, because especially in football, yes, no, the king. What's your prediction, King? Because we've got Jamie here. I mean, I'm the only one who's sitting pretty here with Middlesbrough already in the playoffs. We don't know who we're going to play, but we don't care. But Northern King, right below you, we have Jamie Sawyer of Coventry. And you better be nice to me because Borough can do you a big favour on Monday by beating the Coventry. You might just scrape you need it, I think. Just from what I've just looked at there, I think you need to score 3 goals or 3-0 win and we beat Coventry. Oh, no way. Big Sam, the brown envelope, man. Is that right? What are we on about here? Leeds. Have Leeds won the Premiership? Did Leeds win the Premiership back? Are we on about Leeds here? Big Sam, remember that documentary with him? And it was Harry Redknapp as well, wasn't it? Proper bent them. All sorts going on with them Arabs and that. They were Leicester were on about. Sorry, mate. Yeah, you're right, Leicester. Yeah. I'm with you now, mate. I'm with you. It's that crazy. You forget the won it. Yeah, that is sick, that, Jamie. Come on. There's plenty of things to chant, you know what I mean? There's like, you don't even have to go there, do you? But I had to laugh. I watched a classic Borough game. Oh, Jay, you remember it, mate? Well, you might not. I'm a little bit older than you, but it popped up on me recommended, and it was Borough v Everton at Ayresome Park, 1980, 1988 or 89. It was a FA Cup 4th round replay. Now, I remember the day because I got a tooth out at the dentist, and I remember the only thing that was getting me through that was that I was going to this game on the night. And it turned out it was an absolute classic game. Ended up 2-2. Went to extra time at 1-1. We scored 2-1 up with 30 seconds left. And Hughes equalised and went through on penalties. Yeah, it was back in the day, that, mate. Remember that team of 88 or 89? Back in the day when the goalkeepers didn't wear gloves. Neville Southall there. Yeah, man. Who's got a few things to do there? Well spotted. One emoji, well spotted. Come on, Al, get your facts right, son. Come on. Oh, you remember it? Yeah, I just watched it the other night. But you know what, mate? The quality of the picture was fucking terrible, mate. There was a few tackles there, a few tackles in that game. You wouldn't get away with it now. Just let me tell you. But my point was going to be some of the chants from that game, Jay. Some of the old Borough chants, right? So the heavy tackles gone in. somebody's gone in hard on what's he called? Your striker, bloody a big tall bloke, and he's laid on the floor writhing. It wasn't even wasn't even the yellow card or anything. All you hear from the Borough fans is, "Where's your mum? Where's your mum? Where's your mum? Where's your mum? Where's your mum?" Chants that you don't hear anymore. You're a Rangers fan like Jim. It was a bad weekend for you then, wasn't it? Oh, mate. Tell us about it. I seen it all, mate. I was lucky enough to. My first game was Ayson Park. I think I'll have been 13 or 14, so we're looking at 1986, 87. And back in that day, we'd nearly gone out of existence. You know, we were in administration. The gates were locked at Ayson Park. The team were training on a school. They were training on a school playing field. They were playing the home games, I think, at Hartlepool. We still had Gary Pallister, Stuart Ripley, both went on to win Premiership titles, played for England. Bernie Slaven, Stephen Pearce in goal, Gary Hamilton, Paul Kerr, loads. And so I seen the transition from Ayson Park to the Riverside, and they had the season ticket for about 10 years, but I've seen all them good times, mate, all them. I never see anything like it. Never see anything like it. I played on the last live at the start. I played the highlights of the 3-3 when Ravanelli made his debut. Scored a hat-trick against Liverpool on his home debut. No, we still can't live that down, you know. We still haven't lived that down with the Mackhams and the Mackhams and the Geordies. They always torture us. But the funniest thing I've ever seen, I've mentioned it before, Nate, but the funniest thing I've ever seen was when we were at home. We were at home at Sunderland a good few years ago now. And you know, you get the pubs before the match where all the staunch Borough fans go and all the. I'm not going to say the hooligans, but you know, you got the singing and all that before the game. So we're playing Sunderland at home, and Sunderland have sold all their tickets 2,000. And you might see the odd one flirting about in the town with a red and white the Sunderland top on, you know, might be a family, and you wouldn't say anything to them. But when you stood outside one of the main pubs in Borough at 2:30, half an hour before the Tees Weir derby, and you get 5 lads in full Sunderland kits walking around the corner with World War II gas masks on. I mean, what can you say? What can you say? Peter Reid's got a fucking monkey seed. Well, Peter Reid's got a fucking monkey seed. Peter Reid's got a fucking monkey seed. Well, I've worked with a load of Geordies. Is Bazza still in? Baz, give us some of the best Geordie chants, because they're the funniest. Like Graham Souness, mate, he played for the Borough. Graham Souness, he was a Borough legend. Here he is. How are you doing, my mate? He's a little chip off the old block there, official SLH. The old chip off the old block. Blame him. Blame this lad for my attire. Blame this lad for anything that I wear, because, you know, we've got hand-me-downs going on in this house. Remember him? Adam Johnson, always nonsense. La, 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 la. The best thing about that was, at least he was at Sunderland when he did that. Come on, let's have your best chance, your funniest chance. Do you reckon, mate? Isn't it? You know what, son? If this would be one of the sad things to lose, like if the studio goes. I think the days are numbered in the studio. Like, you know what I need to do though? See these big caps here on the wall? That's where I should have these footy kits in it, because I've got them right behind me. I need to fill these spaces up here. And this is letting us down as well. This bit of light's letting us down, coming in from behind the curtains. Yeah, Adam Johnson, they made a thingy out of him, didn't they? Dartford crew in the house. Here we go, people. Daryl Adams in the house. Hello, people. It's Daryl Adams in the house. In the house. Oh yeah. Have I hearing right? Did I hear this right? Have I heard this right? Can anyone confirm this? Yeah. Daryl, you'll be interested in this one. So Boogies, yeah. I heard a rumor that the other night Boogies did a live. Pablo was on the panel. Johnny Bum Bum. Who else was it? Oh, he had a mad panel. 5 of them. Pablo, live from the Ladyboy capital of the world. Showing the love for our Daryl there. Big G, Dazza. Daryl, you paid your internet. Northern King, big up the Daryl. Beast coming in there from Slim Reaper. Mo Johnson. Did you do that, eh? Crazy behaviour, that is. Crazy behaviour. Yeah, man. Jim, can anyone confirm that panel lineup the other day? Or was it just somebody having my life? Somebody said that Pablo was on. Yeah, somebody said Pablo was on. Just plug the old tablet in there. I was telling them earlier, Daryl. I said if I get 25 in, yeah, I was going to tell them the news, like that you're all well and everything's all good. But he's been at the, you know what? This is how bad I am. I don't even know it was in the final of the Crucible. But I know Daryl was there. He managed to blag a few tickets. Recording realities in the house. Recording reality. I think that the Reese, or because there's a couple of Reese's, isn't there? There's RHYS, and then there's REECE. Bit of a Welsh name, isn't it, Reese? Yeah, I don't know what all that's about, but I know they shouldn't be doing that. The only guys that can get away with that shit in there. Big respect to the chat from Daryl Adams. Hope you're all good anyway, matey. Like I say, like I told you earlier, mate, every time I've been live, everyone always asks where you're at. And I always tell them, he'll be all right. He'll be somewhere, but he'll be all right. So he's us all worrying about Daryl. Is Daryl all right? What's up with Daryl? Oh, I'm worried. And here he is sat at the Crucible watching the fucking snooker live. Yeah, phone problems for our Daryl. Like you say, it's not a bad thing though, is it? If you get it put on you where someone takes your phone off you, it's different. It's different to putting your phone down or turning your phone off through like because you want to. But if you've got no choice and you lose your phone, then you've got no choice, have you? But you get used to it. You would get used to it, Aaron. What's he saying here? So that's to the tune of dance, dance, wherever you may be. Your dog's in your country. It could be worse. You could be scouts eating rats in your council house. Did you get that right? Steve McGeary, pick up yourself. Yes, I got it right. Reese. So there are they both Welsh, Reese and Reese. Northern King's off oot. He's off oot. Reed Moon. I'm back, so rat, be aware the boy is back. Guess who's back? Back again. Daryl's back. Well, you're off, King. You're off to Greg's, mate. Thought you'd have a Greg's delivery going anyway. Let's think of some more. You know, some of the Newcastle chants, they don't make any sense or they don't even rhyme. But one of my favourite Newcastle chants was, remember Warren Barton with the curtains? Warren Barton, centre part, blah, blah, blah. Or Steve Howie. Steve Howie, you fucking brother shite. Steve Howie. Look at that. Too tall for me hair there. It's mad, isn't it, what a hat does? I've said it before, right? So check this out, right? Let me just show you something visually. So a hat has got to be, along with glasses, the game changer, right? For your appearance, yeah. So here we have quite a decent hat, yeah. An Under Armour hat, yeah, cap, pretty decent, right? So you've got that look, right? Some people suit caps, some people don't, yeah. So you got that look, which is like the normal look, right? I don't know what you want to call that look, right? But then you turn a cap round Then you got that look, right? I don't know what you want to call that. I don't know what you want to call that look. Yeah, man, of course I do, mates. Does anyone stick the link out? There it is. There's the link down. Right, so you've got this look, right? Then, don't even want to do this one. But then you've got that look, haven't you? Or that look, you know, the one at the angle. Or the angle. There can't be anything worse than putting a cap on a sound like that. You know? Oh, man. Yeah, I think, yeah, you cheeky bastard. You're out of order, like. You're all out of order. So we're going for the woolly hat, yeah? Oh, man, why is everything back and front? Yeah, Daryl, man, hit that link, son. Come on. Once word gets around that we've got Daryl on the panel, tell us how you tell us about the Crucible. Tell me who won as well, because I've got a clue. No, the backward, got a flat cap as well there, which is totally all Nutter's fault, you know what I mean? Got me into the flat cap thing. There's a link there, does it? Hey. The night is young. The night is young. Ready, people? Yes, I. Out there, son, how's it going? Fucking hell, mate. Taking me back
What's
here.
happening? Fuck me, lad. What's going on?
It's all good, mate. It's all good.
Fucking hell, lad. You've aged, bro.
I know, mate. Don't say that way. Look,
I'm
did
only
you have these
messing, lad.
last time you were on?
Okay, I've only been on a minute, lad. I'm putting you down already. Fucking hell.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, some things don't change, mate, do they?
What's happening anyway, kidder?
Mate,
Good
if you haven't seen anything, lad, I've been doing my thing, you know what I mean? Just plodding along.
Have you, lad?
Like
Yeah, how have you been getting on, lad?
Well,
You still been doing all lives and that, yeah?
You know what, mate? I'm flying the flag for me, you and Dave. There's only me flying it at the minute. Dave's been quiet. But yeah, I'm keeping us going, you know what I mean? Keeping us in the spotlight, doing my thing. It's all changed down there. There's that many people doing lives and that now, Dan. Honestly, mate.
Lad, it's always been like that though, mate. As I said, lad, I've not been on for 5 weeks, mate. Fucking hell. It's mad, mate. You know what, lad? It's been brilliant though. Don't get me wrong, lads. I've been lost, but I feel as though I've fucking lost an arm. You know what I mean? I've had me on the phone, speaking to my daughter, whatever else. But I mean, literally not going on like this side of YouTube, and that lad's been a blessing, mate. Not being on my Instagram or nothing. Lad, the messages, fuck me, mate.
lad.
So is
Off
Instagram
the
your?
fucking
Is
scale.
Instagram? Is that? Do you use Insta a lot? Because I used to have it, but I don't use Insta, mate. But is that the main go-to thing? Like, if
Lad, each to their own, innit? Fucking hell, mate. We all going whatever. Like, fucking hell, mate. It's mad because with me, mate, all I need is regards to me mates' numbers, me daughters, whatever else. And I've been busy just because I've not been on YouTube, lad. Fucking hell, mate. I've been everywhere, lad.
yeah,
Fucking hell. It's been sad, my bird not being able to FaceTime me, lad. I've been everywhere, lad's been boss.
they're
Way
checking
down.
up on Google Maps where you
Oh,
are. And
mate. Not being able to get me on FaceTime. I'm like that in messages. She's like, I know you're blitz there. I'm like, I'm not trying to rectify me spelling mistakes. It's usually FaceTime job. I'm like that. The next day you look at the messages thinking, what? I give myself up there, mate. Fuck, I'm spelling fucking booze with fucking W's and all that woos and that.
So,
Honest to God, mate. I've loved all
before
that.
I
Like,
forget, tell us you've got some tickets, didn't you, for the Crucible?
oh, mate, fucking hell, heavy, mate, heavy.
So
Me
how
bed,
many's
wait,
in
me
that
bed.
crowd? It was the final, wasn't it? Do you only
Yeah.
buy like do your tickets last the full day or a few sessions or what?
No,
How does that work?
no, it's on sessions. So it goes on the sessions. So you have the afternoon session and the evening session. But when the champions starts, you've got the morning session, the afternoon session, and the evening session. Um, it was just very luck that my fucking partner works in a fucking snooker hall, mate. Very simple as that. What's happening, Tim? You fucking little grabhead lad. What's going on?
How's things, mate?
What's happening, lad?
Not a lot, mate. Where have you been hiding then?
Fucking hell. What you say, mate?
Where have you been hiding?
It's been at the
Lad, nah,
Crucible.
me phone, lad. Me phone, eh? I got a new phone, didn't I, for fucking doing my YouTube thing. So, and it was fucking up. Remember last time I was coming on, I couldn't hear no one. And
Yeah.
I went to the shop and he said, listen, nah, no, we'll rectify that. I went, sound, Jet. He said, we'll get it back in about 5 days. Mate, nearly 5. Well, it took basically 24 days.
Wow, that's crazy, innit? I just thought I'd jump on just to say hello to you, like, you know, long time no speak.
No worries at all, mate. How's your daughter, mate? Good?
Yeah, she's good. Yeah, all good. Good in the hood.
It's right, mate.
Yeah.
Fucking hell,
Right,
Tim. You're coming on, mate. Look how shite you are, Leeds. Fucking hell, you picked your timing, haven't you?
Oh, well, the last couple of games are going to be.
Last time I spoke to you, Leeds were doing all right. Fucking told you, karma, bite you back on the arse, Tim, for giving me shit, lad.
Yeah, I know, mate. I know, but I think we're going to stay up. I think we've managed to stay up. I don't know how it's going to happen, but I think we will. But yeah.
It's going to be lucky.
I don't know, you know, lad. Fucking
Yeah,
hell,
I
mate. You're
know.
leaking goals and fucking hell, mate.
Problem is that once you go down in the championship, that's it. You're years and years before you come back up again, right?
Lad, I think fucking Oxford United will give you a game at the minute.
Anyway, Moon, it's nice knowing you, buddy. All right, I don't know who this guy is.
Tim, take it easy, lad. Nice to speak to you, my mate. Nice one for jumping on today.
Cheers, Moon.
Take care, lad. See you later, lad. See you later. So, Fly, I'm a bit busy myself, mate. I've got fucking all kind. I've just thought to jump on, mate. How was the missus, lad? Good, yeah?
Yeah, man, we're all good, yeah. She'll be good and she's missed you. I've told her that you're all right, though. I texted her. And she was in early on, but she's had to go out. But, yeah, mate,
I rang John as well. You know, obviously, John the Gremlin. John, he sent me loads of messages. My phone's, lad, me, honestly. The mad thing is, I've never been in a scenario like that before where your phone goes, but then that means your WhatsApp, YouTube, you've all your social media literally gone. Literally, it's just a case of having my SIM, but all the SIM that I saved was like not regards. This is like all my family and friends, yeah. And I had obviously different phone, and lad, it was a case of like what? So I can't go on. Oh, honestly, mate, it was just like literally. And then it was like, sad. No
Still you though,
FaceTime
man.
to be paid. Laugh
Still
at
you
that.
though.
Let's go. But
So I'm going to
honestly,
say a bit more, you
people
know.
that don't have a
I'm gonna,
drink and stuff, I've drank water for weeks and I've been good. What? Go on.
I'm going to say a bit more of you then, or
Nah, and just because I got my thingy back, nah, not gonna be like that type
no.
thing.
Yeah.
You'll see a good bit of me, but not like as what I used to. You know what I mean? Got loads of
Well, if
shit
there's
in
only one channel
perspective.
you come on, mate, it'll be this one anyway. You know what I mean?
Well, that's it, mate. Yeah. Well, as I said, lads, you need to, you pay me to come on, don't you?
Yeah,
You pay me and
it's not
fucking.
cheap. It's not cheap.
Well, I think the last 3 times, what was it, £12, lad? You'll have to pay
Yeah.
me £15 a pop now, lad. Fuck, with all the fucking the
Well,
food
I
and
get
all that,
three
the
pence.
prices.
I get 3 pence for every 1,000 views now, mate. So I'm in the big league. You know what I'm saying?
Oh fucking hell, mate! Oh,
3 pence.
lad, you're flying there, aren't you?
Fucking
No wonder
right.
you got different glasses. You're buying them instead of going to fucking Specsavers now.
Exactly. Moving up in the world,
Tell me, you
mate. I
got a new
told you.
cap as well.
All the
Fucking
hard
hell!
work
Instead of
paid off.
Primark, you're getting them from fucking Gucci.
Gucci way.
Yeah. So yeah, just thought to jump on. Big respect to everyone in the chat. I can see the messages. Yeah, lad. So yeah, I'll get on you soon, lad. Yeah.
Yeah. Sweet, mate. Nice
All
one
right.
for that,
Take it
mate.
easy. Big
Now I can tell
respect, mate.
everyone you're all right now, yeah?
Fucking
Cool.
always, lad. Today I'm not all right, mate. Today you be worried. Today I'm Sam, lad. Today you need to be worried because I'm back. I can't get rid of the bastard, can you? Then, nah. I will stay. I will take a step back, but I mean, I'm back. So big love, people. Let's
Is
fucking
right.
go, the messy fam. We back.
Is right. There you go, people. You heard it. There's only one channel Daryl makes his comeback on, and that's Fly Me to the Moon, people. That little channel tucked away in the northeast. Check that bad boy out. What do you think of that? Think of that, Phil? Prison Rolly, that, innit? Prison Rolly. Well, that was decent, wasn't it? Like I say, I'm not gonna lie, I had heard from Darryl like everyone else. I hadn't heard from Darryl. Here we go. They've started already on me up there. So prison, I learned how to do that in HMP home house. You know, on the landings and that, you know, when I was down the block, I had no better to do than learn how to roll up, and I do that with one hand now. so my mate Dennis, yeah, Dennis is listening in. Let's have a bit of look for our Dennis, yeah, in the chat. He still can't get on the chat, right? So he's having instead of writing in the chat, he's having to WhatsApp me. So he's just like chipping in with the Borstal Rolly. So what that is that is trouble. That is bye-bye. Bye-bye. What's the word? You know, when you well, it'll all go pizza water. Here we go. Look, they're all jumping on the bandwagon here. Yeah, big shout out to Darryl there for jumping on, letting everyone know. Letting everyone know the man's all right. Who won the snooker anyway? Who won the snooker, Darryl? You still didn't tell us. it's over quite a few sessions, isn't it? So if you buy a ticket for the final, do you get to watch all the sessions, do you, or what? Oh, I haven't crashed ever. That last live I did, you know, the little, just that quick live I did the other day, 6 hours, you know, I put 6 hours in, yeah. Belgian fell one. Yeah, I put 6 hours in the other night, didn't I? It was quite funny, like I enjoyed it. Went on a bit too long, like, but so I had something like 400 views, yeah. But then I got a copyright claim for that daft song at the start. I never learned my lesson. So it got took down. I had to edit the song out at the start, edit it out, and I lost about 100 views just through editing the first song out, the first 5 minutes. Jim's dying for a spanner, and he's got rare chance, has he? What's he want a spanner for here? I don't do spanners in here, Jim, mate. You don't need a spanner in here, bro. I know, yeah. The legendary though, my one Skinners go down. These one Skinners are going down in history. Look at that. Looks like a knick-knack. So what can tell I haven't had a winner for a while, right? I think it's making a bit of a comeback, you know, Carlin, to be honest. Remember when Carlin did the Premiership? Carlin sponsored the Premiership. They made them mad adverts, didn't they? They had a brilliant ad campaign. They had all the sure Terry Venables. I seem to remember. There was a couple of others, footballers. Looks like it, doesn't it? Honestly, man. I was on the motorway the other day, right? I was on the motorway the other day, and this bloke on a motorbike comes up, like he was right beside me on a motorbike, right? I look to the right, here he is rolling a rollie while he was on a motorbike, right? So I looked at him, I says, come on, we window down. I says, hey mate, you'll kill yourself. You'll kill yourself, you know. He said, nah, I only smoke 5 a day. I said, oh, and then he lit it and he was fucking off. Let's have a look. Apologies while yeah, so I'm living the life tonight. One Skinners and Carlin. Somebody told me the other day. Somebody, I can't remember who it was. Somebody told me that they reckon they're going to be able to have babies in space or something. Give birth in space, was it? Within 10 or 15 years. What's all that about? What is all that about? Yeah, so anyway, let's get back to the subject, yeah, because it is in the title, isn't it? And while I remember, because once I've smoked this knick-knack, it'll probably all go to pot anyway, won't it? But gambling, let's have a look. Right, I need a bit of chat. I need a bit of chat participation here. Put a 1 in the chat if you have had a bet in the last week. 1 in the chat if you've had a bet of any kind in the last week. I know, bad at it. There was spanner in the work there. So Jay's had a bet in the last week. Big G has. Slim Reaper. So these bets, I'm guessing these bets were football bets, weren't they? They were football bets. Because when I mentioned about the pools early on, back in the day, the pools was the only, I mean, you had your bookies and that, didn't you? But bookies were the horse. Oh, I'm surprised at that, Jay. Surprised at that, mate. You know what? I thought there was a funny smell around. I was right.
What's up?
West Side. What's that behind your ear? A pencil? Are you just showing off there? Because
No,
I'm smoking a knick-knack. Oh, check him out. Dave's on location. Get up there, son. Get up there, little Smithers.
Teaching the
Pick
little
up
one. Teaching the
pick
little
up
one.
yourself. Oh, he's fishing. Go on, son.
Been at work
That's
all
the
day, and I thought, why not? Let's get him down the river for a few hours.
living the dream there, mate. Get up there.
Loving it, mate. It's great. Lovely weather.
We've already got one.
We've got a nesting swan over there, look.
Yeah, this is what we need. See, this is going to break the internet. Come on. What's that like, Dave? A little canal or something?
Yeah, it's just a local river, about 10 minutes from my house, not even that. All
Yeah, man.
All we bring is my pole, the chair, and a bit of bait in a little tackle box. That's it. Don't bring a lot at all. He loves it.
So, yeah, just it'd be all right. Little Smithers would be all right if your dad wasn't there, wouldn't it? You know, get a bit of peace.
He said, Moon, do one.
Oh, I'm definitely going to give the fishing a go like this year. Definitely.
We've caught one fish in about half hour.
Have you?
Yeah.
More than I've heard PP's fishing as well, isn't he, this year? This week.
I think he's out now, isn't he?
Yeah.
You can take me off that big screen, you can't. You lucky wanker. Let me turn the camera around.
That was Big Slim. That, I mean, come on, show us. Give us some visuals, Dave. Come on, we need to get some viewers in. So, how far are we from your house, Dave?
About 10 minutes.
So you've got a 10-minute walk to a nice little river like that. I'd say I've got a half an hour walk for me to a big lake where there's some decent fishing. Oh yeah, that's one. Check it out.
I don't even do that, mate. I just jump in. I chuck the stuff in the car and get the missus to bring me. It takes 2 minutes.
So how much have you got to pay the little fella to come out with you tonight then?
Can't tell you that. I'd have to kill you.
You only managed to get one of them out, yeah? Oh yeah, oh, mate, is that a swan's nest? They're massive, aren't they?
Yeah, that is a swan's nest.
Yeah, I've seen them when I've been golf balling before.
You've got the male about.
Man, honestly, huge they are. The Queen owns all the swans in England, doesn't she? Is that right?
Yeah.
Mad that, isn't it? Oh, he's got a bite. Has he got a bite? So what fish have we got in there? Have we got any batty fish in there, son?
I caught my PB batty fish out of here about 3 weeks ago. £275.
Was it?
World record. Yeah,
What
check
have you
this
got?
out. Look. Check this out. How lucky is this house here? I don't know whether you'll be able to see it.
So for anyone who's just joined us, we're in Lincoln. And what river's that, Dave? Runs through Lincoln?
You see this here, look? There.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got his own fishing spot, look. He's built a decking right next to his house, look, and he can just fish the river.
Yeah, man. He's got his own little jetty, hasn't he? So do you get boats or anything coming down there, Dave? Like barges or anything, or little? Can you do anything on there? Doesn't look very wide, does it?
Not this part because of that bridge, look.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Some big fish in here. I've just haven't caught none yet.
Is there really? Yeah.
Hey.
When was the last time you went fishing?
Oh, a few months ago.
Is it? Yeah, we'll do a bit of that, mate. Are you any good? Like, where did you learn to fish?
When I was about 8, probably younger. As soon as I could fish, mate, I was down the river. Any time off school, I was down the river.
Because let's get it right, Dave. Like fishing, it's isn't it the biggest hobby, one of the biggest hobbies in England. It's bigger than anything. Like, you know, you don't really. It's one of them statistics. I think there's more fishermen than anything else, golfers or anything.
You know, you can make.
Mate, to me, what I'm doing now with my lad is priceless, mate. It is absolutely priceless.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you know what I mean? He's not at home in front of the telly. He's not on his tablet.
Yeah.
Which he would be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm getting to spend a bit of one-on-one time with him, which I don't get to do often because of work.
I only go on my tablet because there's basically nothing to do.
No, there's nothing to do at home. That's the only reason he goes on his tablet, mate. Apparently.
So you're sort of contradicting that now, aren't you, Dave, as you're on a live stream with me while you're fishing?
Well, I just thought I'd jump on and show you the scenery. I saw you were struggling a bit, so.
What about Daryl, eh? Daryl's waiting to come back.
Yeah, I just saw him then. I saw his comment then.
Yeah, man. Big up. He's all right, man. He's doing all right. Yeah, he's had a few phone problems and that, you know, as you do. But yeah. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Dave. Like, it's for an 8-year-old to be going fishing with his dad. It's what it's all about, isn't it?
I'm a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
Like my son's been in the chat there, right? And I remember growing up, like when he was growing up, I was thinking I can't wait to get him a set of golf clubs, that I've got someone to play golf with. Nah, never been golfing with him. He's not a golfer. He's not a fisherman. But you know, you're right though. All the time with your kids, mate. That's what it's all about.
Getting them outside, mate, innit, as well, a bit of fresh air.
I know the weather's it's great now. The weather's getting better.
Sorry, mate.
It's great now. The weather's getting better as well. It changes everything, doesn't it? When the weather's nice.
Yeah, he's got shorts on. He has. He's hardcore.
That's it. They'll have the barbecues out and everything. As long as it's not raining in May, you get the barbie out. So what fish are in there, like Dave? What have you got? What tackle are you using? What's all that about then?
Small hooks, mate. Worm. Not very deep.
What was that?
That's a fish jumping.
Just out the water.
They're winding us up now, mate. They're jumping out the water right next to the float.
Are they? Have
Only
you?
little fish.
You know, one thing that I've nearly seen this year, what I've never seen in real life is, when the salmon leap.
Yeah.
Well, there's an area near where Louise lives. There's a bit of the river there, very famous bit of this river where the salmon do leap like a few times a year, but you've got to get it right. You've got to time it right. And
the salmon one is
the
most amazing. Like
it is, isn't it?
They go to the spawn every year in the Sargatic Sea. They go out to sea in the Sargatic Sea, and then they find the way back to the exact same spot of the exact same river where they was born, and that's where they spawn.
Mad, isn't it?
But what they have to go through to get there, mate, it's mental.
But some of them don't. So do a lot of them not make it then?
No, a lot of them don't, mate. You've got bears. Mate, I'm going to leave you. All right.
Cheers, Dave. Cheers, Minnie Smithers. Hope you're going to catch there. Enjoy time with your dad. Poor kid, having to spend a few hours on the riverbank there with Smithers. We all feel for him. Sean, how are you doing? Yeah, so I asked there before about the betting. Put a one in the chat if you've had a bet this week. Jay, you said on the horses, mate. So you must have a method, or that's the only thing with the horses. I never ever got into the horses. If someone give me a tip, I might put a few quid on. Or there's Louise, put me right there. Stand up, that's the one. Yeah, there's this little part in the river where the salmon do leap. But we did go down to have a look. We done that journey. We went down there at the spot. Apparently it's when it's been raining a lot, the river has to be quite high. But never seen them. Obviously I've seen it on TV and that. Yeah, we've all seen that one. We've all seen them classic pictures, haven't we, of the grizzly bear or whatever stood in a rock catching the salmon as they leap. No bets this week. Yeah, so the thing about the horses, I don't know anything about horses, like just too much. You see too many dodgy things, don't you? The jockey, I mean, nobody knows what an animal, as much as people say, the horsey people, yeah, I know what horsey people are like. I've friends who are horsey people, and let me tell you, nobody, if you've got a horse, then everything else comes second. A horse will always be number one to a horsey person. They will do anything for them, absolutely anything. Clean the shit up in the rain, So these people, horsey people, they'll probably say different and say they know the horse, they'll probably talk to it and that and can tell when it's sad or happy. But race horses, some of the classic race horses, like your Desert Orchids, yeah, and pretty sure that the same jockey rides, same jockey rides, and they get rides like Desert Orchid. I'm guessing whenever it won, it always had the same jockey on. So that jockey, even though he doesn't spend much time on the horse, they reckon that once they've jumped on it, the town straight away, that they can get a feel for it. But so that jockey's in charge. So you're relying on that jockey as well. And when you've got the likes of Kieran Fallon, who's been outed like champion flat jockey, one of the best jockeys in the world back in the day, he's taking bungs. Nah, it's not for me. Come on, people, there's the ammunition. Get your jokes in. I did ask because Sean Wayne's a big car. Sean Wayne likes a flutter on the horses, and I reckon he knows a lot more than he lets on, you know. But I did ask him, Jim. I said to him, he put a video up. It was a while back now, I think, Sean. And I commented on it saying, "Do you think that these great horses have the favourite tracks? You know, like Desert Orchid seemed to know when it won the King George, or at Cheltenham, it seemed to know the Cheltenham course, and don't know, I could just imagine Desi knowing that it was time to go to Cheltenham and knowing what they had to do. It gets to the course and Desert Orchid's like, right, I'm home here, I'm getting myself, I'm going to be on top form of the day. And especially when you see their ears prick up when they hear the crowd. Amazing. That's it in a minute. Yeah, it's a great thing for oh shit, isn't it? Stinks though, man. You know, you get these few weeks of the year. And when I go to work, I drive through a lot of open farmers' fields and stuff. And for a few days of the year, man, even at work or when you've got the doors open at work in the factory, you get this smell like there's no worse, is there really? But yeah, but I think that's one thing I do think is that a horse knows what it's got to do when it's got to do it. Some of the classic horses like Desi. And when they hear that, they hear the roar and the home turn and the home straight at Cheltenham. I think that's when you find out the classics. The great news, Lou, was that Daryl Adams is alive and well. And he jumped on the panel. I think you must have missed him, but he was asking how you were. Remember me saying that I'd had that for about 2 or 3 weeks. It's only just ran out. And I think that's because I need to charge it up as well. It's not even because it's ran out of puff. So it's a bonus when your Samsung charger fits in as well. Yeah, what was it on about there? Yeah, but horses, so and greyhounds as well. Greyhounds, they're another one, aren't they? Anyone who bets on, so people who bet on greyhound, right? Greyhound racing. Do you think what percentage of it is because they think they know they've studied the form and wherever, or is it just that it's a quick gamble, isn't it? It's a quick gamble. It's over in like what? It's over in 30 seconds or a minute, isn't it? It's all about that first corner on ground. There's too many of them get knocked out. You might get a favourite that's great, but if it just doesn't get that corner or it takes a little, decides to go a little bit early to get the inside, and next thing it's outside the park, isn't it? It's been knocked for 6. There's a massive pile up. So that's why I don't bother with the greyhounds. But I think a lot of the greyhound things, people who want to go in the bookies and have a quick bet, quick fix. But I think it was Daryl. I think it was Daryl who told us that he knew someone who worked at the greyhounds and they used to nip the ankles and that before the races, like give them a good nip. Like get on the favourite there. And the lad who works who puts them in the thing to nip the ankles. Yeah, man. It's gotta be, hasn't it? But it's like any gamble, though, isn't it? It's a gamble. It's a gamble, that's what it's all about. And it's the oldest it's the oldest thing in the world after prostitution, isn't it? Gambling. There's just something about it, and everyone knows that you don't get a skid bookmaker, do you? They might be tight and they'll never show you that they've got money. You know what I mean? But no. So in a nutshell, Sean, you might be able to answer this one. In a nutshell, right? For a bookie to make money, he doesn't want the favourites to come in, does he? A bookie never wants the favourites to win, does he? So you've got a big rate. You've got the Cheltenham Gold Cup, right? Let's set the scene. You've got the Cheltenham Gold Cup this year. You've got an evens favourite. Right? It's been at evens all day. No, it hasn't gone to odds on yet. But your second favourite is 5-1. Let's say 5-1. And then you've got a couple that's 8-1. And then the rest are over 10-1. So what is the dream result for a bookie to clean up? Is it for that favourite to fall? Once the favourites fell, is that a result for the bookies? It's a good question. Obviously, when they lose, they're not going to tell you how much they've lost, are they? Not a chance. But when they win, they're still not going to tell you how much they've won. They're going to tell you. If they don't owe you money, they've got to tell you that they've won more than they've won. And if you're married, they're probably going to tell you that they've won a little bit less and put the rest in the sock drawer or back in the Ladbrokes account. So Jim Smith, that's your specialist subject on Mastermind, is it? Ladies of the night. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Chasing the big bucks, isn't it? But I'm guessing, like Slim said there, they want an outsider to win, right? So on that scenario I'll give you there where we had an evens favourite that's been taking money all day long, but not enough for it to go odds on. Then them ones are like, when the second favourite's 5-1, so it's a big favourite, isn't it? But it would be even bigger. You'd take more notice if it started going odds on, wouldn't you? I mean, you get some ridiculous races where the 4-horse race or whatever, and one of them's like 5-1 on. I mean, 9 times out of 10 it will win, but the bookies have still got to take bets out of it. But yeah, I'm guessing that the bookies rubbing his hands if any favourite falls at Cheltenham or any favourite doesn't win. But yeah, it's bad enough. Where did I see that? Yeah, it's bad enough picking the winner. Never mind who's going to come second and third, isn't it? Or double their what are they called? Forecasts or tricasts? People just chasing the big money, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's like one of my worst mistakes when I was doing the football betting. One of the worst things I did was, say I picked 4 teams, is like just putting that one extra team in, just like just put Man United in. They've got to beat Brighton at Old Trafford. I'll just put them in. That's doubled everything. And then you can't stop there. You think, oh, Chelsea, they've got to win. I'll put them in. So you've turned a 4-game accumulator into like 7 games, and they never ever win. Never. I know Nostog was in earlier, and he's been put the proof up. Like, he's had a good little week. He's had a good little week with a few decent bets, and Leeds let him down for a good bet as well on Sunday. I think it was. He only needed Leeds to win for a decent accumulator. Another thing, has anybody noticed during all the COVID and everything, right? People like retail's going out of business and whatever. You noticed not one bookies like shop closed down. No, people don't even go in bookies anymore. You might you'll have a row of about 10 shops in Middlesbrough town centre, and on that row of 10 shops you've got 5 bookies, some of them right next door to each other. And you could go walk past there all day long and probably see about 3 or 4 people in there, and 2 people working behind the counter. 20 TVs going all day long, 5 slot machines. So you've got the rent on that building for a start. You've got all the electricity that it must be costing them. You've got the staff, and then you've got cleaners and whatever. And you're telling me that they do all that to have 3 people in the shop all day? Like any other business couldn't survive it, could they? But it's a simple fact that the bookies will never ever disappear, because it's basically somewhere for the husbands to go in there for a bit of peace. Like, they can go and sit in the bookies and get no shit off anyone, read the paper, gamble. I mean, the fact the smoking ban come in. I mean, before it was before the smoking ban, you'd go to read the form and you'd be like, you couldn't even see the paper. Yeah, exactly, Jamie. Exactly. I said that before you put that up there. But yeah, it was somewhere where a bloke could go and sit with other blokes. There'd be a pub next door. We can smoke. We can shout. We can have a bet. So everything there for everything the blokes love, right there, and that's why they'll always be there. But Obviously, the internet though, the internet just totally changed the betting, didn't it? Totally changed the betting. And I know there's crazy facts out there. I don't know, well, but I should have really got a few, a few stats up, because I think you'd still be amazed now by some of the stats from bookmakers. Like, I don't know, like what percentage. I mean, it'd be ridiculous if you looked at the percentage of bets that go on in a bookmaker's shop, or how much money they take on a day on bets, to how much they take the same bookies online, how much they take. It'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it? See you later, Andy, mate. Cheers for popping in, bro. Joe Kid. What is it with Joe Kid? What's the crap with Joe Kid, right? I mean, let's face it, he's quite happy with people calling him Slow Joe, and he's quite happy with that. He's not even going to argue about that. So for a start, who's going to be happy being called slow, yeah? But from what I know of Joe Kidd, he always seems to turn up. He's on the Decker bandwagon. He's jumping on the Decker bandwagon. He's seen the views and clicks in that. I mean, at one point, I think he called Decker out, didn't he, last week or the week before? But then you'll see him pop up on expos, but he'll say hello to a few people and then start plugging his new podcast that he's got coming out next week. It's like, but man's famous though, isn't he? Man's like been on Channel 5 series cleaning, cleans all them houses up, that normal people won't go anywhere near, because not even Kim and Aggie would go near the houses that Slow Joe's doing up, He's going in there like with the full Monty white suit on and all that. But I've heard about this series, but I've never had a look at it. But apparently Slow Joe's the star of seasons 2 and 3 or something of Extreme Cleaners or something it's called. You can tell the 3D Fight Club's coming up as well. See a lot more of Dougie. Probably be in this chat anyway, so Dougie. Yeah, he starts popping up in different channels and that, doesn't he? Just how we doing, people being really nice and all that. Wax on, wax off. No, mate, you know me. I can take it. I can take it. That. Camera off, mate. Yeah.
All right.
Yo.
Right, everybody.
How's it going?
It's going all right.
Mr.
Going all right. I'm always all right when the weather's good.
Yeah, man.
I've
been watching your shorts and that, mate. I've been following your shorts and stuff. All liking it.
Yeah. I spend too much time arguing with trolls. I'm afraid I have to cut it out altogether.
Yeah, you're back on that wagon, like, aren't you?
Well, I see them when I see them chatting about me in chats, then I just go bang, 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 and then I delete them. But I might just stop it altogether. It's boring now. Anyway, what was I going to say? Do you know this business of doubles? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Let's suppose you had let's suppose you had 2 4-to-1 shots, okay?
Yeah.
And you put a quid on. So your first quid's going to get you fiver back, yeah?
Yeah.
And your fiver's going to go on your 4-to-1. So you're going to end up with 25 quid.
Yeah.
Right?
From a pound, yeah?
From a pound. And what that means to the bookies very smart, right? The bookies knows that you're actually betting a 24-to-1 shot. Because for your pound, you're getting 25 back, aren't you? So you must have backed a 24-to-1 shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Therefore, you're an idiot. that's what the bookies think, and it gets even worse if it's a treble. Let's just suppose another example, right? Supposing am I boring you already?
No, this is what it's all about, Sean. You're the man. Go on.
Yes. Let's suppose you had 10 football teams, all at even money, and that's very generous for certain days. There wouldn't be even money, would there? There'd be 1 to 3 and stuff. But anyway, if you have 10 football teams at even money, your first quid gets you 2, your 2 quid gets you 4. Before you know it, it's 1,024 quid. So your quid is going to get you 1,024 quid.
Yeah.
So you're backing 1,023 to 1 shot. Stupid thing to do, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. That's the way to look at it, mate. Because just like what I've just been saying there, Sean, when you're doing your fixed odds coupon and you just think, oh, I'll just stick that extra one in. Just that they've got to win them. They've got to win. I'll just their bankers and never ever. But that's the way to look at it. But you're right what you're saying.
That's right. What you got to do is try and think what are the bookies thinking here, right? Now, legally or supposedly, you were talking about there was an even money shot, wasn't there? The 5-to-1 shot and 10-to-1s and 33-to-1s and all that, yeah. So when they settle a book, right? What they call a book, that's why they're called bookies. That book is made up so they will take between 10 and 20%, but they're lying. I know they take more than that in some races because you can calculate the odds, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a fair book should be taking about 13 or 14%. So you see, that's why it doesn't really make any difference whether the favourite ones or the 100-to-1 shot ones, they're going to get their 13% anyway. Are you with me?
Yeah. Yeah.
The other one is. Go on.
Sean.
No, go on.
No, go on, because Matt, I was going to ask another question there about bookies, but finished off what you're saying.
Yeah, well, the one I find the most hilarious, right, is when people go to back the national lottery, yeah, so they're choosing 6 numbers from 49, agreed?
Yeah.
What they don't realise is they might as well choose 43 numbers.
Yeah.
Now, that sounds harder, doesn't it? It sounds harder to pick the right 43 numbers. But if you pick 6, the other 43, you're basically picking them anyway, aren't you? Because they're not going to win.
The difference with the lottery, Sean, is that's like pot luck, isn't it? Right? But with the horses, people will try and tell you that no horse is going to win. This horse is going to win. It's going to win.
Yeah, well, that's... well,
because they study form and things, don't they? You can't study the form in the lottery. It is gambling, but I totally agree, and you might as well throw your money away.
The other thing, Flamey, is if you're studying the horses, you get the enjoyment of actually reading the paper, which costs a £5 nearly now, incidentally. It's 4.5 quid for Sporting Life.
Is it?
So work that out for a year. That's before you kick a ball, right? So you get the enjoyment of that. Then you get a race that might last, if it's 2 meter, it might last 4, 5, 6 minutes. Even a sprint, a sprint's going to be a lot longer than. And the bookies make their money. I see these clowns in the bookies, right, pumping money into the one-arm bandits, right, or the slot machines.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they make their money. That's where local bookmakers make their money. They don't make their money off dogs or horses or cartoons or anything. They make their money. You would not believe the money that goes into those machines.
Oh no, yeah, mate. I can't believe you can put a note in the machine now. Back in my day, it was like £1 and you got 10 goes in the pub. Now you can put 5s and 10s in.
Yeah, well, they said they'd cut it down, you see, to a quid, but people, a one sound single bet rather than doing £100 spin. But it's not hard to put £100 on, is it? It's the same thing. It's a con. They're absolute gangsters, bookmakers. I know a painter from Dublin, right? Check this out. About 10 years ago, he had 23 men working for him. Yeah?
Yeah.
He couldn't buy a paintbrush now.
Yeah.
And that's
so when you say 23 men, do you mean like on the course? He was at different courses.
No, he was a painter.
Oh, sorry, a paint. Sorry,
he had a painting firm and other bits and pieces, decorating them. You know, he had a big firm going, right?
Yeah.
And a decent bloke. He paid them well. He didn't take that big a profit, but he lost a lot because he put it in the machines. That's a fact.
Oh God, yeah.
And
Mate,
for him,
you've seen the documentaries. It's not just painters who put money in them slots. The rich people do as well. All the footballers have all done it.
Oh bloody hell! The footballers are mad.
Doesn't matter who you are. You can succumb to the gambling thing. Anyone
So
can.
you know that guy Paul Merson, yeah.
Yeah.
No, he said I've quit gambling.
Yeah.
On the very night he said he quit gambling, right? My son was. This is many years ago, actually, quite a few years ago, yeah.
Yeah.
And he had his first little job, but he was a clever kid with the mathematics, so he was working for what do you call him? Is it William Hills? Yeah, big style, William Hills.
Yeah.
And that guy had the biggest account there. He was losing money fucking like water.
Yeah. Yeah, it's well documented, isn't it? Like Keith Gillespie's another one. There's a great documentary about Keith Gillespie when he went to Newcastle, because he was the next big superstar, wasn't he, Keith
That's
Gillespie?
right. He was a bit of a Georgie bad dribbler, wasn't he?
Yeah, yeah. And he went to Newcastle. He was that lordly, like the documentary shows you, and it's totally straight up about how much money he used to go and bet on an afternoon. He'd spend all his afternoons after training in the bookies, thousands and thousands of pounds.
Have you seen Jim Smith in the chat? He says to Peggy, Sean's telling us that he lost €4 million. Not lost €4 million, Jim. I did lose. I'm sure you're going to say, what was your biggest ever bet, aren't you?
I think I've asked you that before. I have asked that. I remember.
Yeah.
But you can tell us before I ask you the other question. What's your biggest ever bet, and when was it?
It was at the Ascot Gold Cup. I can't remember which year because it's a very, very bad memory. It was a massive bet. It was a Dermot Weld horse, and in the air between me putting the bet on and the race going off, there came, one of those freak cloudbursts of rain.
Yeah.
That just empties a cloud over the course. So he was there that day. He was there that day. Ascot Gold Cup. He had the favourite. I was on it. I got 5-2 for it. Thunderclap, like a cloud just collapsed in the low part of the ground. He couldn't run on soft ground. He came nowhere. I think he was pulled up. I can't even remember. I walked out anyway. I smashed the cup across the TV screen.
That's mad, isn't it? See, that's what I mean. So was this a horse that you'd been studying for a while?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
It was your big bet on it, yeah.
Dermot Weld's a bit red hot. I mean, he's had the Melbourne Gold Cup. He wasn't flying over there on the day for nothing, etc., etc. But you see, everybody says, "Oh, it's bent." Well, it's not bent at the top level. You see, the group, what they call Group 1 race. Do you know how the racing system works? No.
Yeah. But what about Fallon though? Kieran Fallon was champion jockey when he was Ben, wasn't he?
Yeah, if you watch Kieran Fallon going over the line on Dylan Thomas in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, right? He looks round slightly to the crowd. Now, do you remember that photograph of Maradona looking into the crowd where he was full of cocaine? His eyes were all bulging. It was the same look. He took a chance. He took a chance coming off the rail on Dylan Thomas. It's a long time ago. And only a man coked out of his head would have taken the chance. But he squeezed it through, and he won. But I don't know. He must have fell off the horse afterwards.
So what makes a good jockey what's the difference between a good jockey and a Frankie Dettori? Is it
Oh
because
well,
they're no horses? Do they just
they know them inside out, and they ride them early in the morning, and they just know them backways. They know the pedigree. They can jump off. They can jump off a young horse and tell the trainer there's something special going on here. You know, here's a good story for you. There was a trainer called Vincent O'Brien, not the Aidan O'Brien that trains now. A trainer called Vincent O'Brien, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's standing in Kentucky, and he's looking over this railing at these yearlings. And this journalist said to him, "You got any tips for the Derby next year?" And he said something like, "Nah, not really." And then he said, he met him a few days later, right? And he said to the guy, "You might want to back a horse called Nijinsky." The guy just laughed at me. He said, "I've never heard of it." He says, "You will."
Yeah.
And he'd been
Classic,
standing.
yeah.
He'd been standing looking at the flipping yearling. That's that's how much they know these characters.
So you're Irish, Sean, yeah? So you're Irish, right? So Ireland is probably the hub, isn't it, for breeding and that, isn't it? Group 1 winners and stuff.
That's good, man. That's a good point. Well, what happened was in the early 2000s, maybe up to 2010, the big Arabs had all the blood, all the good blood, you see.
Yeah.
But then along came people like J.P. McManus, although he's mostly jump horses. But Magnier and these guys, right? These are billionaires too.
Yeah.
And they got Galileo and a few big, serious sires, you see. So all the good blood's in Ireland at the minute, although it's starting to return. And the same with the jump horses. If you got rich enough owners, like that guy that's called Richie, if you got rich enough owners, they'll just buy up the French. A lot of them good horses, like Paul Nichols gets his horses out of France, but they buy them young, you see. So it's like any other business. These guys can buy, because they're so rich, they can buy all 10 in an auction, right? And they don't give a shit about the other 9 as long as one of them does the business. So it's like football, isn't it? Money's like Man City. It's more money, isn't it?
Sean, can you remember when Shergar went missing, yeah? Or got kidnapped or whatever? Did Shergar ever sire any horse, or did it?
I don't.
Is there any Shergar blood in any horses anywhere?
That's a good question. You'd have to ask. You have to ask some seriously bad people.
Yeah, it was sad that, like, wasn't it? It was sad that.
Well, they blame they blame certain organisations, but I don't believe any of it. Who knows?
Because who rode in? Was it Walter Swinburne?
I think it was actually, yeah.
Yeah, they won the Derby. Is it?
I think Walter Swinburne was about 50 yards ahead of Tattenham Corner. And I think he tells the story. He looked over his shoulder expecting there to be about 20 horses behind him, and there were none there. It's that far ahead.
It must be great, that feeling, though, like, as a jockey, to, like, just, like, hit the switch and just feel it go, you know what I mean?
Oh, it must be something else, yeah. And, I mean, I think the best thing must be these people that won the Cheltenham Gold Cup. That's my favourite place there, that's Cheltenham. That's phenomenal, that.
Yeah.
Right, the chat are probably bored now. I'll pass it off.
No, mate, they haven't spoken to you for a while, Sean. I've seen you. I always follow you, mate. But yeah, we have been on here for a while. I don't.
Yeah,
what do you think's going on with what's going on with YouTube, Sean, in your eyes at the minute, right? Because obviously you've been watching this channel for a while, and it's going through a bit of a period where, like, I'm still doing quite a lot of lives, but the numbers aren't there. I'm looking back a month ago, there was 700 views, 800, and now I'm
completely baffled. I think people are fed up with the bitterness, the very nasty stuff, and they might just be quitting YouTube and going somewhere else. I mean, I heard a thing the other night. I'm not going to name channels, but you'll know who it is. I mean, I heard them going on about the SPASTIC, and this went on and on and on relentlessly, right? So I put up a little post about it, and I said, this has got to stop. This is madness. And what amazes me is is the people in the chat that don't say anything. So like
Yeah,
so there's 170 people there, and these guys are really going in at disabled person. I'm not taking sides. There is no sides. There's only the wrong side when it comes to the disabled, right? So there's 170 people. There might have been 50 different ones in the chat, and only somebody called CU Jimmy and NFG. I think he's involved. Now. I think he's a big heggy hunter. NFG is called.
I've heard of that one, yeah.
And they were the only two to speak out in the chat. Everybody else was all salute comrade and all. I just don't get it. I mean, you either walk away from that chat or you say, this is not on. Don't you think?
Well, Sean, do you see me in many chats now, Sean?
No.
I don't. I watch a bit, but it's very rare going chats now. There's only a few that I'll go in. And that's not because I can't be asked. It's just because I'm just like gobsmacked by what goes on in there, you know?
Yeah, so am I. I think maybe I don't. And then there's the fact that Cesspit it's hardly ever on now, is it, Cesspit?
Is he on another band? I think I heard him say in the chat he was on another band this week.
All right, well, somebody's attacking him right, left, and centre. But that channel I'm on about, I just do not understand how that channel gets so many views. So many. I'm not sure it gets a lot of views, but it gets like 170 sometimes.
This is 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been on night shift this week, and them numbers on that channel have not gone under 100 all night.
No. Yeah. No, big up Exposure TV. He said me and somebody else. You know, in the little prelim before Expo comes on, we put in the comments that this carry on is not on. It's simply not on. I can't remember who the other person was. But Expo wrote in the chat himself, there will be no disrespecting the disabled on this platform. So big up for him for saying that. But then 10 minutes later, Shuffling shows up. So, but he didn't come out with any of that very nasty. I don't know what's happened to that kid, but I'm not talking about him anyway. What else?
You know what? I'll just say my little bit on Shuffling, right? Shuffling, right, from day one when I seen him on Flavors with the guitar thing and everything, and I was in the chat saying I used to work where he lives, and we knew a few people, so we had a little bit in common. So we got off on a good foot.
Yeah,
and I've always liked him, right? He's been on here back in the day. He could come on here for 2 or 3 hours just talking about.
Oh, he was great cracture. Well, I used to mod that before that King Irish went off his head, right? The guy called the Bull, before he lost the plot. Shuffling was on there playing darts, and he was phenomenally funny lad. Then he went on his own channel, and he was just as funny. And then I don't know what under Jesus happened to him then, but see, Dave Smithers has hit the nail on the head. He's a wrong, and he's a nonce. She's a wrong. A big load of laughter. So that's all you get in them channels. He's a nonce. He's a wrong.
It's mad though, because I was listening to a little bit of Shuffs this morning, and I still like the lad. I still like him, right? I'm not going to slag him off. I'm not going to slag him off at all. But I don't know what's going on. I really can't. I really don't know what's going on there. Like.
Yeah. Giulese's a lovely person. Giulese just said, Sean, he's the vile, that bull. He is. He's called me all sorts of stuff. Then he wants me on the panel, and he's all nice. Then the minute I go off the panel, he's calling me all sorts again. I don't get him, so I'm not bothering with him anymore.
Yeah, that's one I can't watch. I cannot watch.
But is it possible there's maybe too many channels now? I don't know.
Oh, mate, they're popping up all over. That's got to be one of the factors, right? I mean, it's plain to see, isn't it? If you've only got 10 lives and you're one of them, you're going to get at least a 10%. But if there's 100 lives, you're battling against all of them. That's what it's like at the minute. Big up Benji.
There's Benji, buddy. It's live popping up everywhere, and then at last, I've now decided that I really don't like spanners anymore. Because if you've got spanners and all these if you got spanners and say 3 out of 5, you're jumping back and forth, and you know it's no
Well,
good.
you know, just talking about spanners, right, Sean? So you've never had a spanner on this channel, have you?
No.
Right.
I never
Now
needed one.
you've been following me, and me and you have to the point where this was going to be one of the channels you were going to. Well, I think you did come on first on here, didn't you?
Yeah, I've been with this channel since day one because I knew you from Fighting Trolls. You see.
Yeah. But
If
it
you
just
remember,
proves, though,
way
it just
back.
proves that you don't need a spanner, you know what I mean, mate? And I wasn't doing it to prove a point. It was just like, Sean didn't need one in here, you know?
No, something
Like,
was out there, right? And I make
I
sure
know you're one of the best mods out there. You may be a bit lazy now, but you know, you remember you hit your peak a few months ago, Sean. Remember when you were coming out all these corking like links?
Oh yeah.
And like, you know, you peaked there, Sean. Maybe get back to that one day.
Yeah, well,
But the spanner's different now.
I've realised now. It's you know, it's not a job, is it? Moderating, and I noticed that a lot of people that was moderating along with didn't do any moderating. They just sat there. So I'm getting pretty good at that myself, actually. But then the other thing to say about these channels is that one channel. Do you think maybe it's making itself famous for being like the dark side channel, or what's the crack?
Yeah, of course it is.
Are they playing on it?
You know what you're going to get on there. You know exactly what you're going to get, so you can't be surprised anymore. You can't be shocked anymore than you already have been. You can't
I think I heard Goodfellow saying the other night that sometimes he only says these things just to wind people up and to get views. I think he admitted that.
Yeah.
It's a funny way to get. I don't know. I couldn't come out with them sort of things about anybody. I just don't get it. If you go on Cindy and Julie's channel, that's really chilled. Motorsports is a chilled channel.
Hey, Moto's knocking some lives out. Like
He's going to
take.
Yeah, he's super. But the mods on there are brilliant. They'll allow a bit of back and forth, but they've got the proper rules. You know, doxing, you're gone. Non-stop, you're gone, and people know that when they go in there. So
here we go. Here's Sean. He's me top mod, right? Slim Reaper, along with Lou Don, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
but this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about, Sean. Give Moon's boss a sub. Lou Don, Mrs. Moon. You know that type of thing, Sean. That's what you were good at, that, weren't you?
Yeah.
You went through his little phase, and I was loving it.
Slim Reaper and Lou Don are just mustard at what they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've got one bucket load of channels I'm sub to. I tell you, unreal. Like,
so give us one that you're enjoying at the minute that we might not have heard of then.
Oh, I go on some weird like channels with scenery and waterfalls and stuff from America, and then I like Secret Blackburn.
Now, I've never had Louise watches it. I've seen a few of them, but does he do different walks every day or something?
Yeah, and he's always got a waterfall out somehow. I don't know how he manages it, right? And then there's a person. I think this person is somewhere between somewhere near Headrange Wall along there, somewhere between Carlisle and your territory, right? Called Shaz 73, and she's got like a big farm and that. Have you heard of that channel?
Yeah,
I've watched it, but I've heard of it.
So it's only when you go on those channels that you start clicking on links and you see there's there's 2.1 billion people on YouTube. I don't need to be arguing with Genghis Khan every day.
So are you going on there? Are you seeing people? Are you talking in the chat, or is it all about just watching what they're doing, or is the chat?
I just say hello to people. There's no worry about spanners or bad. There's no bad language or anything. This is just not happening on those channels at all, ever.
Yeah,
they're just chilled out and they're interested in farming and nature and growing stuff and water and rivers and salmon and all that stuff that I like.
Yeah.
But then when you subscribe to like smaller channels that are building up, you don't like unsubbing, so you know you have to stay there. But then if you don't go in there every 5 minutes, people think you're nuts. I don't know. But it's
Yeah,
hard.
I mean, there's people in this channel now who do lives like Julie's and Cindy. Like, I watch this nightclub thing. It's a good idea, you know what I mean? Just call it a nightclub. It's a
They're
good
class
idea,
act.
isn't it?
They're an absolute class act. That pair.
Yeah,
Absolute.
and it's quite funny, you know what I mean?
I went on their panel because I could not figure out how they always. It's not happening today, I noticed, but they used to always jump on the chat at the same time. And they were telling me they have got a kind of a telepathy thing going, despite the fact that they live hundreds of miles apart. But they're just comical. They're just very good humored and like Jim Smith, because Jim Smith. I feel really sorry for Jim Smith. Jim Smith gets blocked relentlessly. I don't know why. I don't know why.
You've been asking for a spanner in here early on, like.
There he goes. He's got to pump Jim Smith. He's always on about pumping people.
This was my question, John. This was my question. Can you confirm that Motorsports had Pablo on his panel the other night?
No.
Johnny Bum Bum. Is that right?
I didn't see it, no.
Oh, apparently he had 5 of them. There was another 3, but Pablo from Thailand, Johnny Bum Bum, Thailand, and there was some other, Video Craig. He had them all on a panel.
There's that other weird sounding guy. What's he called? Grasses and Nonsense. Grasses and Nonsense Exposed.
Yeah, Jimmy was on there as well. That was it. It was Jimmy, Pablo, Johnny Bum Bum, Video Craig, and Motorsports. I mean, and I heard it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. So imagine turning your Motorsports on. You got them 5 on your panel.
Yeah, well, Motorsports he's killing it altogether. Absolutely killing it. See, yeah. Jim Smith's just funny. Me and him fell out about 6 months ago, but we got on great now. But I think he's just funny. He's like fact notification. I mean, he was on a channel the other day, and there was some of those auditor guys on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he just out of the blue, he just said that he's going to audit all the massage parlors in Scotland. He's just taking a rip in the piss.
That's good. I'll just mention Emma. How are you doing, mate? If you've got time, rewind to the start of this live. Daryl actually came on. He was on the panel earlier. He's doing fine. He had a few problems with his phone. I don't think he's making a comeback anytime soon. But he will jump on a few panels. He said, but
no, there is one powerful, nice fella.
Did you see him, Sean, earlier on here?
I didn't know. I'll play it back in a bit, right? He is a powerful, nice fella, and his knowledge of sport is encyclopedic, especially boxing. Me and him was chatting all a good while one night. I think we were getting out everybody's nerves. He just loves his boxing, old style, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what he came on YouTube for, you know what I mean? His channel was all going to be about watch-alongs, boxing, and
yeah. Well, he might be sitting back watching and looking for his niche, and you know, he might be working that out.
Yeah.
Another channel I like is I love Flavors to bits. I just think he's
Flavors another one. Did you see that last week? Did you see it last week, Sean, where he left me on his panel? I got left on his panel.
I did, yeah, and then he did the same to me the next day, but not for as long.
Did he?
Yeah. But man, I love him to bits. He is fucking hilarious, that guy, right? And he's very honest man as well, like, you know, and you know what you get with Flavors.
But Flavors is another one where he's prone to like having a few days off, isn't he, or a week off now? You don't know where he is or whatever.
I think he's having he might be having a bit of or something benign anyway. It's not a big deal, but he might be having some wee up or something, you know.
Yeah.
It's not nothing serious. Thanks to God. Thanks be to God for that. Yeah.
But he was in a chat earlier on. He was in DJ Aki's. Did you see any of Aki's last night?
Bits and pieces. That's what I mean. You see, I'm jumping on and out of places.
was a different side to what he was seeing last night.
I think it's somebody's trolling him or somebody's annoying him. I don't know what it is. Somebody's getting on his nerves anyway. There's
yeah,
wee
something
Peggy
to do
there.
with an ex-girlfriend or something. He was having. He has spoke a little bit, like he's mentioned it, but to have him like, I didn't catch it. Louise caught it though. She said there was like 40 people in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's something that me and you talked about before. If there's like aggro anywhere, it's unbelievable how fast the chat builds up.
oh, it is.
Oh fuck! It's just astounding.
So what happens there? How does
like
that work then, Sean? How does that
I
work?
really
then?
don't know. I don't know. They must be ghosting around and think, "Oh, I'll hang around here." There's people screaming at each other. But my problem with this is, how many times do people have to hear the same people screaming the same stuff at each other? It's just, you know.
As long as people are going to watch, Sean, as long as people are going to watch. I mean, I'm
Must be
sure
a bit-
if they only had
must be a
5
bit-
people in, they wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
Yeti was funny when he first came on, but it's just the same thing all the time now.
Yeah,
There's been a bit-
I
there's
still
been a
like
bit-
I still like it. Like I still like him.
Oh, you
he comes
you could
in,
not like him.
yeah, but
There's somebody in the chat that intrigues me, right? Somebody called
Mhm.
Attila, who was Kyra M.
Kira, yeah.
But
Well,
I never know when she's in a bad mood or a good mood.
join
So
join
just
the
say hello.
club. Nobody knows what's going on in Kira's head. Like
No,
nobody's worked her out yet. But she's a member in here. So
Well,
big up the members.
she's a nice person, but I'm thinking if you just say one wrong word and boom, you could be in trouble. Jim Smith,
Yeah.
Kyra, I'm back on shuffling.
I did hear she was being a little bit naughty and ackies last night. Kira, what's all that about?
Oh,
Yeah.
Big up,
So
Kyra.
yeah, anyway.
Have you heard Jim Smith in the chat? I'm back on shuffling. You're back on for about 10 minutes, Jim, and then somebody boot you out again.
Quality man.
Well, I'll tell you what, for the first time in 9 months, I can now say hello in the expo chat and not get blocked immediately.
Okay, now bet you never see that day coming.
No, I think it's mostly thanks to PP and Expo himself, because I've been on 2 wee panels with Expo, and he realised that I wasn't some kind of weirdo. But only if I see certain people coming into the chat with Spanner, I just clear off and don't bother talking anymore.
It's about time PP jumped on this panel. Like he hasn't been on for time. Like I've had a few. I jumped on his the other week, and you might remember the morning because I hadn't spoken for months and months. So I jumped on his panel. I was only been on a minute. An Expo come on, and it was the morning. He was calling Garth a liar, about.
Oh, that's right. I saw that. Yeah.
So it's sort of I got about 2 minutes with PP. But I think it's about time he jumped on here anyway. I know he's out fishing.
I think that Garth, that Garth, I think he finds panels like blood transfusions. He has to get one now and again, It just has to go on a panel and scream. A lot of shit. I don't bother. I've never ever passed judgment on him or his wife, apart from to say that I have always considered that to be an alcoholic relationship, and that never works. Full stop.
Yeah.
End of story. What was I also going to say? Oh, John Smith. What about him?
I know what's going on with John. Like
John Smith was another one. He was another one. Me and him were at war for 9 months. Now I was on his panel the other night along with Jockney. Not a problem.
Yeah, man.
I think he just got bored.
Jockney's made a little comeback, hasn't he?
Oh, have you seen him at Trafalgar Square today?
Not today, but I've seen him. What was these things he was doing? Press ups all over the place. What was all that about?
I think it was Westminster Bridge, if that's what it's called, or London Bridge, or whatever. But today he was at Trafalgar Square doing 20 press ups, and he was escorted away from the the plinth because I'm not. I think there was a sign saying you're not supposed to go near it, and he did qualify it. You know, I funny man, John. Anybody
So
who
has
can
he
laugh,
got?
anybody who can laugh at themselves will do for me.
Yeah, because jockey can turn up anywhere, can't he? He's got any panel jockey. He's not bothered.
No, and now, but then he got blocked out of expos as well a while back, but he's all right there now. There's Benji. You
Yeah,
see, Benji's probably missing the cesspit like myself. I
I
miss,
know. I
I
think
miss,
he is
I
a
miss
few
fighting
people.
troll. Hmm?
Yeah, man, Benji. Benji,
I
you
miss.
know that, mate. We big. You know what? You know what, Sean? Can you remember the first Friday Night Fight Club? What Hector sorted out? You know
Yeah,
the infamous night now.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I was on Benji's panel all day, right, on that fight day. Remember Benji? And I was
Yeah,
on the panel, and we were dying for live pictures from the fight. You know what I mean? From the afternoon build-up.
yeah,
And I think Harlan managed to get some live shots, but the signal was crap. But I remember that day, Benji, and it's right, like yes, Benji's always been good.
I miss wee Harlan. He was a bit of a big YouTube figure at one time, Harlan.
Oh, wasn't he?
Oh, the night he took
Yeah.
on PD, he ripped PD to
Oh,
shreds. It was so funny.
yeah,
You know,
but you
it's
know
probably
what it
about
was though. You know what was good about that? That he didn't even know who PD was. He
no,
just wasn't. He wasn't bothered anyway. But
I didn't care, did he?
he was just somebody. I remember Harlan saying, "I don't care who you are, just stop talking over people." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That was his worst thing, wasn't it?
the time PD got his worst hiding was off that little Erie, but you know Erie.
Oh,
He, he's good when he's good. You know, he just sat there quietly and then he just sniped in with a few bullets every now and again. PD didn't know what to do. PD's
is
eyes
it?
were bulging out of the TV.
So Erie, yeah. Has he been on other panels, right, other than the
No,
cesspit?
no,
You
he
don't
doesn't.
see him there.
It doesn't go in any other panels. He's so funny. Have you
Yeah, he's
seen that?
taking the piss. He's clever with it, though. He's wind up.
Oh,
He
he's
just
red
totally
hot.
wind up.
Yeah, he's like a wee boy you'd get in a wee bar in the back street of Dublin, taking a piss at the tourists.
Yeah.
But that the night he was in chatting Peggy up in the cesspit, and this was his chat up line, right? He said that he was going to meet Peggy with 2 burgers on a mountaintop at midnight
Under the moonlight.
under the moonlight. That's the one, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, class. You need more people like that, you see.
Yeah, you do like. So where are all the cesspitters then? Where are they? What are they doing every night? The cesspitters when there's
A lot of the
no,
pitters, coming. A lot of pitters come and fighting Irish now.
right. Yeah,
See, that's another thing that's happened. His channel are trying to get away from all that. You know, completely divorce themselves from all the screaming, right? And basically, they have done. And another channel called Just Us Girls the same, but they keep getting provoked to fuck from that shuffling channel. So obviously they come up now and again. And then there's the Mushroom Man.
I've been watching all that unfold. Like,
He completely lost the plot. Coming out with wild, spurious allegations, dangerous talk. Actually, it's between me and you, like very dangerous in my opinion. There's Sunday.
it can't get any worse, can it, Sean? There's nothing else they can do now that's going to shock people, is there? Surely.
No.
So there's only one way. It can only go can only get better from here. Then can we say?
I would think so. Yeah. As long as if they keep all the filth on that one channel, that would be good. Then just leave it there and let them, let them scream at disabled people, do whatever they feel. Is that the sort of stuff? I thought that sort of stuff was. Have you ever heard of a thing called the dark web?
I've heard of the dark web. Yeah.
I thought that sort of nonsense that's on shuffles was dark web stuff. I thought. I thought YouTube would. I'm surprised YouTube hasn't said, "Listen, guys, you can't talk like that anymore. We're not having it."
You know,
There's Sunday. You say
the only
Sunday's a
thing
bit,
I'd say
right?
about it, Sean, is that, you know, if we don't like it, we don't have to watch it, do we? Like,
No, no,
that's
no,
it.
no, no.
That's the thing that I'm saying, where I don't want to, I like shuffling,
Yeah.
but he knows that. And I don't like what they're doing, but it's if you want to watch it, you can watch it. If you don't have to, do you? You know
No,
what I
Paul,
mean?
no. I ghost mail again just to see who's talking about me. It's always the same people, and then I just drift off again. What was I going to say now? There's Sunday, and there's the Siamese twins, Julesi and Sunday, both in the chat now.
Yeah.
Two stars, if I might say so.
So,
yeah.
Sean, let's say when you're on a panel, say you're having an argument with somebody on a panel, right? And there's 4 or 5 years. Have you got one eye on the chat all the time?
Yeah, I mostly watch the chat, but I don't. I had a big blazer of a row, and there was at various times either 5 or 6 people against me way back last year with Banta and Stig and the whole team of them, right? Yeah. And I promised myself never to go on a panel again with more than 3 people, and I haven't done. It's just pointless, completely pointless. You can't get a point across. It's just madness. Have you ever been on one where they're all screaming? No.
Well, it never happens on this channel. Like, well, I think we did have 7 on at one point, but I just lost the plot because everything started like slowing down, and you know, I'd never had that.
Well, even if people aren't screaming, it's just difficult to string a couple of sentences together.
Yeah. What do you think about Society X, Sean? Is that do you go in there? Would you go on that panel?
I don't know that channel at all, honestly.
Really?
Is that one of these auditor places?
No, mate. If you don't know Society X, a lot of people in here you'll see in Society X's chat, especially Ministry. You go in Ministries, don't you?
Oh, I know. I really like Ministry. He has got a tremendous control of his chat, and then he'd fire some dubious characters a spanner, but he'd take it back immediately if they misuse it. You know, he's a class.
Let me tell you, for somebody who smokes weed all day, he does all right, doesn't he? Like, that's one thing I'll say to Ministry. Like, he smokes a lot more weed than he used to. Let me put it that way. He'll say the same.
I'll tell you what, he's got his eye on the chat anyway. I think Peggy's making hammer.
Lives. I mean, he could fire a live up any time, and I was watching his live getting ready for work last Sunday morning, 5 o'clock in the morning.
He'll get a few in as well, you know. He gets a few, and he gets a good cross section of people as well.
Yeah. Well, that Society X would be a lot of Ministries chatter in the Society X, but I don't know. I've heard a few. I've watched a few of his lives, and I can't work them out. Did you see that carry on the cesspit the other morning where Princess Angela was on Shits and Giggles?
No, I didn't see that.
Well, Shits and Giggles has took his channel down now. I didn't see the full story.
That's very sad because he was a very funny man.
Yeah, he blew his top with this Princess Angela, and I know she's come from Society X's channel. So
I don't know who she is either, to be frank. Don't know.
Have a look at that, Sean. Have a look at that. See what you think. I'd be interested to know what you think about that channel.
Is it what I call one of the screamer channels? No.
No, it's weird because he'll always have 8 people on the panel. He'll always have 100 people in his chat. So it's not a small. You know, he had 150 in there the other day.
Does he get like them? Does he get them auditor guys and people like that? Them Welsh fellas and all that lot? No.
There's a few people like that. Yeah, they're very opinionated on this channel, you know, and they have a lot of serious talks and stuff like that. Just I'll give it a little watch and see what get back.
Yeah, I will do. I saw a chat one day where they were on about whether the Earth was flat or not. I just switched off. I thought it's nutters.
Yeah.
Last time I looked, it wasn't too flat.
Yeah, you get a few of them on there. There was a fellow in here early on. He's on Society X's panel all the time, recording reality. Reese, I think he's called.
I Don't know that character either.
Oh,
I know.
good.
I know everybody in your
surprised,
chat
Tom.
anyway. What?
I'm surprised that you haven't seen that Society X's.
Never, honestly, God, never ever been on it, right? And then
Mm.
there's channels that just seem to just come on every now and again, like Anne Marie, that nice
Yeah, yeah.
spoken
I've been
person
on Anne-Marie's panel, yeah.
from
Yeah,
Liverpool. Yes,
she's come from the auditing. She was originally from the auditing community, but yeah, I know what you mean.
I think she knew Cesspit way back
Yeah,
when he
yeah.
was film boy.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think when I'm moving here, so I don't know if I can hear me or not.
Yeah, you're all right, yeah.
I don't know what I don't know whether I don't know when Film Boy changed to Matt. I can't remember when that happened, but I was definitely on him. I was modding there when he was Film Boy.
Oh yeah, I mean, like he was Philboy was an auditor. Matt, he was come from the auditing, didn't he? He was quite. I think he had quite a big following from it. But I
Yeah,
missed out. I think we all everyone in here, bar a few, joined YouTube just after the auditing thing, you know, and just as that Cody Lackey had gone off the scene, you know, because I don't know anything about that Cody Lackey.
Yeah, that's another one. That's another name that keeps getting mentioned. I don't know who the hell he was.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to have started all this live chat during COVID.
All right.
But there's a few of them.
He's of dubious
yeah.
character as well, by all accounts.
Oh, yeah.
I think when you hear about a few things, you think I'll just avoid that person.
Yeah.
There's little Toronto Rose, as I call her. Although she's not actually from Toronto, she's from near Toronto. Rosie's realm.
Big place, Canada, isn't it? Big place, Canada.
Massive. I remember
on a scale, like the biggest countries in the world, it's got to be up there, hasn't it? As in, like, the size of it.
Oh, definitely. See, what happens with people go to Canada, they look at the map and they think, I'll just drive down to there, thinking, no, you won't.
Yeah, yeah.
A 25-hour drive or something like that. But they don't think very much of traveling, you know, big journeys like that, because the roads are so straight, you know.
Canada's a bit strange, right? Because it's one of them countries, for the size of it, it's never in the news for anything, is it? It's always like just doing
like Switzerland. It keeps its nose clean, yeah.
Yeah, why is that? Is it ruled by like a president or a
no? It's just a democracy. I think it's because I know quite a bit about Canada, and they really do not like Americans. They might sound like Americans, but they are nothing like Americans. Nothing. There's Peggy going on now. Look at Peggy. Sean is Scottish. Oh, the new.
Peggy's an OG, right? I mean, Peggy always sticks up for me. Always, we just got an understanding with jockeying as well. Like, we go back a long time, but things have changed for Peggy, haven't they? They're up and down for Peggy, like.
Well, they're on the way up again, because Peggy fought back and she put up with some disgusting stuff, I can tell you, right? And horrendous stuff. Worse than the spaz call, I would say. But she fought back. She put stuff on her own channel, and people are realizing now you're not going to get away with that, or you're going to get mid public.
Yeah.
So anybody that annoys me, I will make a spoof video about them. Simple. Have you seen me westerns?
What, you've been doing spoof westerns, have you?
Yeah, I got 2,000. I got 2,000 views at one of them.
You know what? I do watch them, but I can't remember them ones. Are these about your three nemesis?
Yeah, and the gunman. Liam Carty takes them on, but we're not sure whether it's Liam Carty or fact notification. I've got to get Jim Smith in one as well, because Jim Smith needs a bit of defending. I'll tell you what I might do. I might do one with Julese and Cindy attacking Jim Smith. But one of them got 2,000 views and the other one got 1,700 views. So I was a bit
So,
shocked.
because I've never got into that doing them videos. So what is it? Is that an app like, Sean, or does it take time? Or you have
No,
to like
I
edit
just cheat. I just film it from part of a film and then voice over the top of it myself.
Right.
You know, talk about a bullshit over the top of it.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look at them, like,
Benji
because
says,
I'm still Neanderthal, mate, when it comes to all this. Like, you know, when you see, let's take Banter for instance, his lives visually, he's got it boxed off and he knows what he's doing.
oh, he's got it well figured, that kid, yeah.
Is that StreamYard he's using there?
Well, he was using some other thing, but I think
Yeah.
he's back on StreamYard. But he seems to be very computer literate, very savvy. You know that lad, very savvy, very flashy
Yeah.
intros and outros.
It's good though. It's good. That's what I could do with someone. I want an intro, Sean. I've always wanted an intro, you know, like what Troll Watch is doing. He does all the intros for shuffling and all that. And I'd love an intro, you know, with all little clips of the lives and whatever.
Yeah.
With a bit of music on it.
Well, here we are, Cindy and Julese, and looks like I have to make a spoof video for these 2 years.
Yeah, man. You get on that one, mate.
It's only a bit of fun, you see. People shouldn't take it
I
too
tell you,
seriously.
another girl who sprung onto the scene who we like, Emma Bulmer.
Oh yeah, she just appeared. Yeah.
Yeah, she's great. She's great. I'd love her in here.
Yeah, she's a very nice person, and she seems to be very friendly with motorsports. She's on motorsports a lot.
Yeah.
But this is what happens: people come and they go, don't they? In this caper.
Mm.
I mean, if you look, sometimes I look back. You see at old. I'll look back at old expo chats from say 6 months ago, and you would not believe the people who were bigging each other up then. And now they hate, now they call each other. Now they call each other wrong.
There's a few big fallouts, isn't there? You could name a handful of big fallouts that you never see.
Dear.
But no, I'm unshockable now on YouTube. I have been for a while, like.
Yeah. There's nobody pronounces you. Danny Christie was very good at saying YouTube, but if you get that Julese to say YouTube, no, she is good at saying YouTube. Got that? Is it Northern England accent, Cumbrian accent? YouTube.
Danny Christie, did you watch Danny's fight last week?
I sure did.
Brilliant.
See, I did a little cheat there as well. I got the full video of. Is it Bear Britain or Bear something?
Yeah.
And then I just shared it on my channel and shared his thing. Yeah, I got the full like 4 rounds.
So it looks like he's sniffing about that Mike Perry, isn't he? You know Mike Perry, have you seen him? He's the champion, like he's probably one of the
Danny Christie's he's at a real crossroads now, you know. He's touching 40. He's touching 40. He's been cut very badly now 3 times.
Mm.
His hands seem to hold out a lot, but man, I don't know. But
yeah,
does he go to America and become a millionaire, or does he hang around shitty places fighting losers? I mean, if I was him, I'd take the gamble and go to America.
Yeah. It is. He said he's going to make his mind up in the next 2 weeks. But did you see when he said that Mike Perry was they're getting 6 figures for a fight? They both got 6 figures for that fight, he reckons.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He can't be in that league just yet, though, can he? How much do you
reckon? No,
I
don't think he'd be in that league.
He got? How much do you reckon he got for his last fight, Dan? And I haven't got a clue, by the way.
I'd say about 50 maximum.
Do you reckon? Yeah.
Do you think he got that much? Do you think he got less?
No, I wouldn't have said. I would have thought more 10.
Well, maybe 20. Yeah, I see. Benji says Benji said I've never been any different from then till now. I'm always staunch bad boy Benji. Got to give it to Benji. He does not change.
Exactly. He knows that, man. That's exactly what we think, Benji. You mean, Louise? Doesn't matter what anyone. Doesn't matter what you get up to. You're still fucking Benji. You mean? You know what I mean?
Tell you what, when Benji used to go on that cesspit panel, boy, he raised the rafters. He did not mess about.
Yeah.
He always calling people up from the chat as well. Get on the panel now. Well, very few of
Just
them.
like Benji's lives on the morning, we all used to go in there, didn't we?
Oh yeah. Right. Hey, also, is there anybody we haven't gossiped about now?
You know what, Sean? It's always the same, innit? Always think yourself, I'll jump on boots for 5 minutes, and like 2 hours later, you're still looking there, aren't you? That's what it's like.
I don't know. I've probably been on here an hour myself now.
Good chat, man. It's good chat, innit? You know what I mean? Like,
We chatted about gambling. We didn't run anybody down, did we? We haven't screamed at each other. You fancy a scrap?
Has anyone called you out, Sean? Have you been called out by anyone? Because I've got my claim to fame is I've been called out by Ash String. Can you remember back in the day?
Yeah, but everybody got called out by Ash.
No, yeah.
He was arguing with somebody. He was arguing with somebody the other night. It was on Motorsports Buggies. I don't know who they got. So the guy said he's going to meet him at a chip shop. So I put an order in for sausage, chips, and gravy. And the guy suddenly started getting a bit mellow. Then Dave Smithers, Kelly. Who's Kelly? What's he on about here?
Yeah, he got goosed. He put that in a chat the other night. Kelly's Ash's wife and it.
Hang on. Cindy's offering me out for a scrap here. And Sunday, and now Gilesi's coming in as well as the fair play woman. What the hell? Yeah. Peggy, I need your help.
Do you know what people forget, right, Sean? People forget, right, that on that infamous night at the first Friday Night Fight Club with the Ash String and the Harlan, who was in the actual bed right in the middle of all that? Seen it all unfold and knows everything more than anyone does. It's only our mate Jim. Jim was sharing a room with the pair of them on that night.
Yeah, but Jim, because I saw them all pissed up right in the middle of the night. And but Jim's a man of great integrity, isn't he? He wouldn't be going slabber.
Jim knows things, man. I'm telling you, he was there.
Of course, he was there. Jim does know things. Jim knows. Jim is all seeing, all knowing. Old Zissy.
So imagine if back in the day, right, Sean? Let's imagine we're back to that night, right? That was a big thing on YouTube, right? Jim's right in the middle of it. I was right in the middle of the action.
Yeah.
Head forward to like a year later. Could you see Jim doing that again?
No.
Because you couldn't. Fucking hell.
No,
it's bad, isn't it? I mean, he must look back and think.
Jim must have been thinking, what sort of a fucking bunch of lunatics have I all coked out of their heads and stuff. Hey?
I swear down. Good.
And I think Film Boy got a bit of a shock as well, to be honest.
Yeah, but he was there, wasn't he? Like, what's in this tracksuit? Garth was there as well, selling some tracksuit. Did you hear about that?
I didn't know Garth. Garth might have been there in case there was an emergency fire or something.
Yeah, apparently Garth was there was a selling of a vintage Lacoste tracksuit, I think it was, right? Garth was selling it. This is no lie.
Yeah.
And this was happening on the same weekend. If anyone can confirm it. Oh, man, it was crazy. Matty wanted to buy this tracksuit off Garth, but he couldn't afford it or something. So Harlan had to go halves with it. It sounds nuts, doesn't it?
Oh my God! You've just brought an image into my mind now. There's somebody we haven't mentioned. There's somebody we haven't mentioned. Shall I just say coffee?
Coffee. Oh, the coffee man.
No, the coffee woman. Liverpool Tracy or AJ Tracy or Tracy Tracy.
Where's she gone? Where's Tracy gone now?
She's bouncing. I don't know where she is. She must
She's
have.
mad, isn't she?
She might be
Tracy's
in
been-
She might be over in Brazil with another order of coffee or something. She is stone cold mad, that one.
She comes in here as well, like but I haven't, it's one of them I haven't seen her for a long time, to be honest.
She goes in some she goes in some chats. I remember the night she had a spanner on she had a spanner on Cesspit. Peggy will verify this. she blocked somebody. So what she doesn't realise is you can see who's blocked somebody, right? But she wasn't in the chat.
Yeah.
So I said, "Is this the real Tracy?" Then she jumps on the panel, and then Mishi said, "What have you done there, Tracy?" And then she jumps on the panel screaming about, "Oh, I didn't do anything wrong," and blah. Yes, you did, Tracy. You blocked somebody for nothing. And so on and so forth.
Some people just should not have spanners, like.
Well,
yeah, it's mad. Like
when I get a channel, I'll give Jim Smith a spanner for definite. Actually, I have a channel. Maybe I should do a live now and again.
yeah, you might as well, Sean. Who else
Nice.
has there been? Who's moving into the live streams or who's thinking of it? There's quite a few who would be quite good. But
yeah, there's a Belfast fella called Nilo.
Nilo Mac, yeah.
Yeah, he's very cool when he does them. He had that Belfast Mark on one night. It was only him and Fighting Irish on it. It was phenomenal live because Belfast Mark just talked about all the things that had happened to him, like genuine, like bullets and all that crack. And it was good stuff. It was like a podcast almost.
Yeah, Mark used to come in here all the time as well. Like I've been on a few pounds with Mark. I remember one night we got left backstage, me, Mark, and Archie, believe it or not. It was after the Daryl thing, and it all blew up with Daryl, and we were all fighting, everyone was fighting. And I ended up backstage with Archie and Mark Belfast. But yeah, man, Mark sound.
Archie's a nice enough fella too. He just gets caught in the middle of all this, and he has to defend things that I don't think he would defend in real life. What's Giuliasi saying? Don't do that to us. Oh, Giuliasi thinks if Jim Smith gets a spanner in my chat, they're gone. What do you think of this super mod carry on?
Well, you know what? When it first come out, Sean, it was a big thing, wasn't it? Everyone was talking about it, but I don't know much about it now, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, except that if somebody did some crazy thing like Tracy that time, then Supermod can deal with them.
Arsenal 2, Chelsea 0. I'm just getting here and there.
I think City have won that, haven't they? That league. No,
I don't know. Is it? It's not over, is it? It's not over yet.
No, Arsenal should have got a draw. Well, they weren't good enough to get a draw, but I think there's only Real Madrid and Manchester United who can stop City getting United's famous treble. No other club has ever done it,
I know, yeah. It's
Premiership, FA, and the European Cup. Nobody's ever done that, bar Beckham's team and Schmeichel's team, wasn't it?
Obviously, it's the Holy Grail. It's the Holy Grail for Man City, in it. They want the Champions League, don't they?
Yeah, every year they don't get it. They threaten to sack that guy Mourinho, or not Mourinho. What's he called? I've forgotten his name.
Yeah, I know what you mean with the bald head. I forgot his name as well.
Slick operator.
Yeah, but so do you think they are going to win it? Do you think they're going to win the Champions League?
No, I
don't follow European football. I don't know how Real Madrid and all them get on, and they're not what they used to be.
I think Real Madrid might stop them.
Yeah.
you know, it's all right talking about Manchester United and Liverpool and all that, but that Real Madrid, they've been around some European Cup corners in their time, I can tell you.
That's what I wanted to say, you, John. I watched the Man U Seville game at Old Trafford. What a game! Two halves, that one.
Amazing.
You should have been 5-0 up, shouldn't you, at half time?
Oh, yeah.
And you
No
could
doubt
just
about it. No
see
doubt about it. Yeah.
the Seville. You could just see that's what it's all about. I mean, they knew they were riding the luck and should have been 5-0 down, but you could just see what was going to happen in that second half.
I always think stuff like that, you know, great managers do not allow stuff like that to happen. Like Fergie used to get his 2-0. He just knew how to shore up defenses and stuff like that.
It's like, you know, in a game like that, Sean, what always gets me is, you know, you're in a big game and you're 1-0 down, right, or 2-0 down with like quarter of an hour to go, and all you'll hear is, calm down, just keep playing as you're playing. But how can you keep playing as you're playing if you haven't scored? So you've got to change, haven't you?
Yeah. That's why I don't rate that England manager. What's he called? Southgate.
Southgate, yeah.
No, when they played Italy, wasn't it a European Championship final? Yeah.
Yeah.
He just stood there with a pencil in his hand and did nothing. Whereas the Italian started making changes a bit earlier. He then puts a 16-year-old on to take the first penalty. I think he was 16 or 17. The only things that he did were mistakes. And you know, you have to not make mistakes at the top level. That was his first top level game and he fucked it right up. I just thought, what is he doing here? A lovely fella and all that, and you know, nicey, but I think he's a bit of a blazer boy, if you know what I mean by that.
Well, he was at the Borough. He was Borough captain for a long time when I decided to take it, and then he was manager, of course. But
you know what I mean by a blazer boy?
Stuck the job out. He stuck the England job out, hasn't he, for a long time? Like,
you can always. He was a good footballer, right? Definitely, right. But I just think he's a bit what they call the blazer boys. You know, he's in with the FA and all them top knobbers. I don't know. I just thought, well, maybe it was a one-off. Maybe he just balls that one up, but he couldn't have balls up anymore, could he?
Well, he's obviously going to be there now for the next. What's next? The European Championships again. Is that the next?
You have to be if you've taken him to a final. You know, you wouldn't want to be firing the kid. Like maybe he just needs to be a bit more adventurous.
I tell you what, let's take our hat off to what's he called, the Crystal Palace manager. I mean, I hope that I'm as fit as or can still do what he's doing at his age.
Have you heard about big Sam Allardyce might be making a comeback somewhere?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that.
He might be played out. You know, did Steve Bruce come from Middlesbrough?
Steve Bruce, I think no. Steve Bruce originally is a Mackham, I think. You know.
Okay. Was it Gary Pallister? No.
Gary Pallister played for Borough. That's like we left to go to Man U. Yeah.
Yeah, because I heard a story about Gary Pallister that when he was like 14, they used to laugh at him on the pitch because he was a big, tall, gangly waster, basically. Yeah. But they weren't laughing at him in the end, were they?
Mate, I can remember when we were in the old First Division, and we went to an away game. It was when Pallister had just got called up for England from the First Division. You know, you didn't get many First Division players who got called up for England. So we started like saying, like all the chants from the UEFA, from our fans were like, "Oh, you sure you haven't even got an international in your team?" You know what I mean? It was like, but Pallister put us on the map, like.
Yeah, he was classic player.
A lot of good players come from Middlesbrough.
Tell you what I saw. I'll tell you where I was, right? I was behind the goals at Blackburn. The year Blackburn won the league for that guy who owned all the steel mills and all that crack. So just picture the scene, right? The first thing, I'm brought up in Gaelic football, right? And we get drunk after football matches, not before them, right? So the first thing I was noticing, why are all these people pissed out of their heads? Why are they not watching the game? Why are they screaming through the piece of wire at the opposition supporters? And I actually told the guy in front of me, I just said, sit the fuck down, shut up and let me see the match. Anyway, so the ball breaks, it's about 30 yards out, neck and neck, Pallister and Shearer, running towards Peter Schmeichel, right?
Yeah.
And just simultaneously, Alan Shearer gives him a little nudge with his left shoulder and at the same time volleys it. Like Roy of the Rovers, man. Just you can, the net nearly, we thought it was going to come through the net and hit us here. Unbelievable goal. And
love him or hate him, Shearer is on a different level. Like, penalties wise, there was a few good penalty takers, but Shearer was right there with the penalties, wasn't he?
Yeah, phenomenal.
Never missed it, I don't think.
Phenomenal footballer. Do you ever watch the program late at night with him and Gary Lineker?
I'll be honest, no, I don't really.
Well, the series is not on anymore, right? But they would just say they would just choose one night and say, let's choose the best 10 World Cup players, and then the next one, best 10 penalty takers, best 10 goalkeepers.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, that's really funny, that, right? You know, they're having a go at each other all the time.
Yeah, because I mean, Shearer's one of them. He's made his money, and he's a multi-millionaire.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what he does other than his punditting. I don't know what he does with the rest of his time. Like, is he into horses or anything? Or
no, he's
got
not like
businesses.
I don't think so. He may have he may have the odd share in a horse, but I don't think he's a gambling type. Him, he's a pretty sensible sort of character. He does his punditry and that, but you never know. What was I going to say? You know when you're doing this live, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sitting here and I can see the chat just floating past. Can you do the same, or do you have to look on a different screen, or what?
No, it's down the side of our screen, Sean. I've got me and you on the middle, and then down the right is the chat.
All right.
It's fun, Sean. You need to do a live just to see what it's like. It's a buzz, you know what I mean?
Well, the thing about it is, somebody asked me. John Smith was saying to me about the Northern Ireland Troubles there one night on the panel. Yeah. And he said, this guy has come through such and such, right? And he said, I said, maybe we shouldn't be talking about this. Anyway, then he said something, and I said, listen, it was called the Long War. So, you know my two nemesis, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're going to find out what a long war is when they're finished with me, right? And the culmination, every time I see them in a chat talking about me, I'm not going to name them, they're getting community pages, they're getting small videos, and it's going to build up to a crescendo when I go live.
Yeah.
And then they will be finished. But of course, there is a way around this, right? They could just shut up talking about me. See, I've not mentioned anybody, have I? Oh, there's Neutral.
Neutral. Big up Neutral.
Yeah. Slim Reaper. Slim Reaper is slacking here. Oh, no, he's not. He's up in the chat all the time. Sorry, Slim. Anyway, back people are probably bored listening to me now.
Is there any... There's people keep changing the names, right? So I'm crap with them, but there was one bloke and we couldn't work out who the hell it was, right? You know, when somebody comments on your video, you think they know us, but we don't know who they are. And it was a Scottish flag, and they were called Callus Barbarus or something.
Callus Barbarus. So just looking at that channel the other day, Callus Barbarus is the same as I'm going to get them mixed up.
Kearney, is it? Is it Kearney?
Definitely not Kearney. If you go to the channel,
because they've changed the name again. I think somebody who we know they changed the name again the other day.
Peggy will know. If Peggy's in the chat, she'll know. She knows them all. But I had somebody comment on mine. Somebody called If Only. I thought I remember that name from months back, but they were saying derogatory things. So this is the nice thing about having your channel. You can just block people who make derogatory comments. Bang, gone, no comment. and that's the
There
end of
was
that.
hardly anyone on my block list, you know, Sean. I think there's about 8 people, but no one's been added to it for a long time, you know.
I'm down to about 48 now. I don't want to. I just don't want to see their. I don't want to see their comments. As simple as that. So what they do now, they've changed their name. I'm nearly sure I know who it is. Somebody called Sean. There's now somebody called Sean Wayne Smokes Length. They got blocked in every channel, but they still. No, they didn't. One of my nemesis allowed them to talk for about an hour last night. Now that's wrong. You shouldn't be allowing fake names in chats. If a fake Sean Wayne come in here, you'd block him, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
No. If a fake Fly Me to the Moon comes in a channel, I've blocked. Do you remember I had to block two flakes?
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. Like, nobody's wanting to imitate me, like, for some reason. But yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah. Peggy gets it a hell of a lot.
Mate, the trouble that can cause.
I know.
Just because, especially with someone like me, you know, like if a fake account of me, I don't want to put IDs into anyone's head because it's fucking horrible. They could pop in some channels, make one comment, and that's all people will remember. No one will check, is it real, or even before someone's checked, the damage is done.
That's why we need that's why there has to be mods, but they have to be mods with integrity. So if they see a clearly fake account, they should just block it. End of.
Yeah, 1 sec, Sean. 1 sec there.
If you're lazy, you don't have a block list because you're a nice person. I'm a very nasty person by all accounts. So my block list shouldn't be as long. I just go through live chats about a week after they happen and just think, nah, I wasn't in the chat. Why is that person talking about me? They're blocked. End of. Discussion.
What was I going to say?
I thought you were going to do a flavors there for a second.
Mate, you know what? I wish I could, because that's what gets you, Sean. Like, there'll be 50 people waiting for like Shufflin's channel to start, yeah?
Yeah.
Then they come on, or Ministry doesn't have to say a thing. He can go for like half an hour or an hour without even saying anything to the people on his panel.
Yeah,
honestly, I never get a break.
Who's been on today? Has it only been Smithers today? Yeah.
Smithers, Mini Smithers, Daryl. Neutral was after there. Daryl's been on here today. Neutral. If you want to rewind to the start, you'll see he's totally fine. He had a few problems with his phone and that, but he was at the snooker yesterday, Sean. He got some tickets for the final.
Oh wow! Well, I missed the flipping end of it, so I did, annoyingly. But I watched it on on the Sunday. Phenomenal snooker altogether. Did you watch it?
Yeah. The fella that's won it, I've never heard of him.
Well, Luca sounds like an Italian name. I don't know where he's from. Belgian, probably.
Yeah, Belgian, apparently. Yeah. It's weird because the World Championship is only the top 16 players, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah. There's a new name. Luxury Stuff.
Luxury Stuff.
Yeah, like
new name. Someone will check it out.
Do you think Pablo will ever come back, or what?
I was saying to Louise the other night and said, how the hell does Pablo end up in Thailand? You know, via Turkey. The man hasn't got a bean to scratch, like a penny to scratch his ass with, but he's in bloody Thailand.
I think he was grafting. I think he was on the tarmac. You know, he might have gathered up.
All right.
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he used to work at that. You see, road lining or that kind of stuff. So he probably gathered up a few bob, or maybe he robbed a bank. Who knows?
Imagine working with Pablo every day.
You'd get a feeling that he might be a bit of a skyber now and again, eh?
He'd fucking pan your head in, man. He's 100 miles an hour, isn't he?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I think of all the people who fronted you know, their own channels. I think he was the most natural. He didn't give a shite, did he? Like,
Well, you know what, Sean? Like he's how we got introduced to this. Like for me and Louise, like we still love him. You know what I mean? But he's
yeah, same as.
never. The one thing I can say about him is he's never been on this panel. Right? I don't even think he's even been in my chat. And
Oh.
for being one of his biggest fans, that's my only thing about him. You know, I thought he could do a lot more for.
Yeah,
people who back him up.
he's not a great man for loyalty, is he, or Pablo?
No, but he is prone to. I've seen Pablo pop up on panels 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, totally randomly on a little chat. You know, like so it does happen.
Tell you
I
what,
wouldn't
I'll
put
tell
it
you
past
what.
him.
When he pops up, he can give it. You know, with the best of them, he's very humorous and he just rips them when he wants to. Like,
Yeah.
right, buddy, I'm getting hungry now, so we've had a good old
10 to
yarn.
9 already. 10 to 9 already. Jesus Christ.
All right, we've had a good old yarn. You're off work, then, obviously, aren't you?
Yeah, a few days off now, so it depending on the weather. Tomorrow I might do an outdoor thing. Tomorrow I might go to the golf course and see if I can find a few balls. Stick the old camera on.
Well, if I stick with this YouTube, I'm going to your Lake District, buddy, this year sometime.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you what, there'll be plenty of scenery to be videoing there. So a good while since I was there. Have you been?
You know what? I have been to the lakes, but you know you have to go, don't you? And there's that much to look at, mate.
I know.
And
Yeah, it's like everywhere else.
loads of nice places.
You've got to pick the places. You can't be thinking, "Oh, I'm going to do the whole lot." It's like the Americans when they come to Ireland. You know, they think they can do the whole 32 counties in 4 days. It's ridiculous. You couldn't even do County Donegal in 4 days. It's that much scenery.
Yeah.
The place I remember, but is Derwentwater near Keswick. Julia's in the chat there knows it. It's phenomenal, just breathtaking place.
Yeah, the lakes are huge, man. They're like Solswater, Coniston. Is it Coniston?
Coniston, yeah. Buttermere, Wondermere, and then there's some nice passes. There's one that I remember called Rhinos Pass, and that is proper hairpin bends. That is.
Yeah.
But if you want passes, and I don't know how good you are in heights. I'm not that brilliant actually. You want to go to a place between Kerry and Cork in Ireland. There's a place called the Connor Pass. That is proper scary. That is like sheer drops, you know.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean sheer. There you are. Go on,
mate. The big lake in Scotland, Loch Ness, yeah.
Yeah.
That's like, is that the deepest lake in the world or something?
I think that Gav B was on about that, right? Because the biggest lake in Britain and Ireland is Loch Ness in Northern Ireland, in the north of Ireland. But it's not the deepest. And there's another way of measuring them as well. That's the biggest by area. But definitely, I'm running out of chart. Definitely, what can we call it? Loch Ness is, I think it's the deepest, yeah.
Yeah.
I went there once as well. What a load of bollocks that is. That Loch Ness monster. No, I thought there was going to be a proper like tourist thing there. And well, there was 3 brochures up. It was shit.
We haven't had any photos, have we? The Loch Ness monster lately.
Look, it'd probably appear on the shuffling panel one night.
You still wouldn't like to be out in the middle of there on a little boat on a night, would you?
No. Before I go, I'll tell you about a scary night now, right?
Yeah.
So I heard you talking about salmon earlier, salmon leaping and that there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a salmon run, a proper one?
No, mate. That's where I want to.
Right. So there's a lake in Kerry called the Cara Lake, and it runs to the sea. It becomes the Cara River, right?
Yeah.
And I'm there with only a pair of like waders on me, really. And I haven't caught anything, and I'm wet, and I'm annoyed, and it's lashing, and I'm just standing there. And the next thing, it was like kind of dark, and I just seen this thing. I can't even describe it, right? They were like sharks' backs almost coming up and down out of the water. They were that big, these salmon, right?
Yeah.
Like thousands of them, right? They call it a run, right? Because the water was dirty, you know. And it was quite scary. And I often have kind of little nightmares about it because I kept looking, you know, kept going through. I even threw the hook in among them, but they weren't interested. You know, they were just barging up the river. It's a sight to behold, I can tell you.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Like, I'd love to see it. I'd love
phenomenal. But then I noticed way up to my left, I seen this lamp going on and off, and I could make out like two figures. So when I went up to the local pub, which is called the Red Fox, and I came in there, I was dead late, and they didn't bother about closing time over there at that time. And I walked down, and the water was running off me all over the floor. So I ordered up my pint, and I looked across, and these two boys were sitting. And the barman says, "We down at the river tonight?" And I'm keeping my eye on these two boys, right? Nobody else in the place. And I said, "Yeah, I was." It's not that hard to tell, is it? So I looked across at those two boys, and I said, "You weren't down at the river tonight, were you, lads?" And they were two northerners, right?
Yeah.
And one of them gave a right big wink. He says, "Oh yeah, we were down there all right." They were down there lamping them. They were down there netting them. They were taking them out any way they could, right?
It's expensive, isn't it? Salmon. It's expensive now, isn't it?
Well, that's why they've got proper bailiffs on those rivers over there now. They're almost like the American police, the way they behave when they stop you. I got stopped one night myself, and they'll take the rods and everything off you. Yeah, well, very, very expensive. Or sea trout as well, just as dear. Yeah. Anyway, I'm blathering away here, and it's nearly 9 o'clock. Fly-me. We've done well, haven't we, lad?
Yeah, respect, mate, respect.
Right. So all the best now, and thanks for letting us
Yeah,
on.
mate.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed it, mate. Nice one. Well, catch you in a chat, no doubt, later on. Well, I'll probably be posting anyway, but
That'll do. I won't block you. All the best. Cheers, mate.
respect, mate. Nice one, shot. Cheers.
Slam.
There we go, peeps. Hey, I tell you what. You forget, we've had Smithers on with Little Smithers fishing. We've had Daryl Adams for the first time in, well, I wouldn't even like to think, a few months. Come on. He's all fine and dandy. And then we just had an hour with the man himself, Sean Wayne, putting the world to rights. So doesn't mean a bad one, really. 3.5 hours. We'll have another quarter of an hour. We'll see what happens. Who else is on live at the minute then? What have we got? I purposely didn't even look before I set this one up today, and I know I put a half an hour delay on it. That was basically because I'd only been up an hour from night shift. And obviously, when you first wake up, the last thing on your mind is doing a live stream. It takes you like half an hour to come round. But yeah, the gambling thing. Just a few little stories, just a few stories for the last 15 minutes. So, me and my friend, yeah, we used to go to the casino quite a lot. And this one night, we'd always end up there, because you'd always end up there when you were drunk, because it was the only place open, you know, when the nightclubs kicked out. But this one night that me and my mate went, we'd only had a couple of pints, and it was like, oh, we will go to the casino. You know, so it was a taxi drive away. So we get there. Well, it might have been like midweek night. It wasn't even that busy. And let's just put it this way: my mate is a gambler. He's a gambler. Like, I wasn't a gambler, but I did like the casino, just the buzz of it. But I'm not going to be putting 20, 30 pounds on a hand to cards like this. So anyway, there was a bit of, went to the thingy table, the pontoon table or whatever it is, yeah. So you see a few people there putting like 20, 50 quids on a hand. But anyway, cut a long story short, we went on the poker table, and it was full. There was about 8 of us. My mate sat next to me, and you know when a hand finishes, in front of you on at a casino, there's a little place for everything, and it lights up. Well, this little disc lights up after every game, and it's a bonus thing. It's for a bonus in case you get dealt a really good hand or something miraculous. And it's like, I think it's £1, but you have to put your disc on there before the light goes off, right? So we've been playing a few games, and my mate straight away saying to me, "Put your £1 on." Fuck's sake. He just does it automatically. So anyway, I've been putting them on. I wasn't winning anything. I kid you not, on my son's life, he won't mind because he knows it's true. This one round, there was 8 of us in it. I didn't put the disc on for the £1, right? I kid you not, I got dealt a royal flush, right? I got dealt a royal flush on my first hand with 8 people, or 7, whatever it was, right? But I got dealt a royal flush, and I looked at them, started moving them about like that, and my friend next to me clocked them, and he went, "Fucking hell." And I looked again, it was a royal flush, right? I put it down, and I didn't have my £1. I didn't have a £1 on my thing. Guess how much it was? Guess how much I literally lost for not putting that on. 25 grand it was. £25,000. If I'd have put that £1 on like I had been. And it was devastating, absolutely devastating. It's like, my mate was more gutted than me. But the funny thing about it is, right, obviously we would have went halves with it. Yeah, that was like, I don't think we'd gone in and said we're going to go halves, but I would have given him half. So we lost 12.5 grand each. My fault. But the funny thing is, right, jump ahead 10 years, the same lad who I went there with won the lottery, 6 numbers, £1 million he won. £1 million. And I've said it before, and I've never even got a pint of him. I never even got a pint of the kid. He bought a bed and breakfast somewhere in Scotland, and nobody's seen him. There's a link there, isn't there? No links out there. So, yeah, so can you imagine that? Getting dealt a royal flush in the casino, and for the sake of £1, 25 grand. Devastating. But I'm sure that when the lottery first come out, there was a little group of us. We always said, you know, if any of us ever win, you've got to look out for them. You've got to look out for your friends and that. But this kid, honestly, he's one of the weirdest things ever, because I grew up with the lad. And he lost his dad. He lost his dad when we were 14 or 15 in a car accident. And he was really close to his dad, you know what I mean? And he stayed with me. He stayed at my house when we were 14 for weeks and weeks. Like, we've gone through all sorts together, juniors, seniors. I'd got him jobs, giving lifts everywhere, lent him money. And then we got the fucking, we've got it back, somewhere in the back chat here. Jim, it's saying your device is not connected, mate. I don't think it's a Jim Smith. Come on, pal. I know he's been in the chat all the time, like. Saying device is not connected, Jim. I don't know what you have to do for that, people. Any clues? It won't let me add you, mate. I know you're in the back here, but it's saying device is not connected. It won't let me add you. Jim been on panels like that? Go on the Jim. Go on the Jim. Let me try. Oh, try to hit the link again, Jim. And I think I'm not sure whether you have to have your camera off or something. I don't know. We'll hang about for a bit, man. If Jim's it was always Daryl who got the newbies on. You can remember it was just it was a bit of a standing joke between me and Daryl. It was like people have been come on this channel from day one, you know, and they'd be like they've never been on a panel before, and I'm like, right, if you ever come on a panel, it's got to be mine because you've been following us since day one, and you know, a bit like Sean Wayne did. But then what was happening was I was doing all the groundwork, and then they were jumping on Daryl's panel, you know. It was a bit of a like we had like a bit of a joke about it. But yeah, Jim Smith, man. It's weird because the only vision I've got of Jim Smith, right, is the old Newcastle manager. So that's the vision. That's the vision I've got, Jim. I haven't got a clue. If you're bald, if you're small, or if you're a crap football manager, I don't know. Geordie. Do we even know where Jim's from? I think Sean Wayne's would be the Jim Smith expert, wouldn't he? Let's see what we've got here. He's Scottish, is he? Has anyone seen this fella, right? So I'm going to share the screen here while we wait for Jim, see if Jim can get it.
Defense. Now,
Has anyone heard of this fella?
commenting on my previous videos and saying it doesn't look like I've got powerful legs and stuff. So I've actually worn a pair of my sister's old shorts for this. I couldn't find any of my own. But yeah, it showcases the power of my legs, and also it's appropriate if you are going to get into physical combat. If you can wear something like this, it's tight and doesn't leave much room to be, you know, pulled or used against you. It's going to help you a lot. Now, I haven't always been this kind of confident beast of a man that you see before you now. I used to get, not bullied in school, but I was about 12 years old, you know, I was getting some stick, and I decided I'm not standing for it. I had bigger hair back then, and with my slightly slender face, it used to look, well, people said it looked like a loaf of bread, and they used to call me Hulvis. One boy in particular, Flip White, used to do it mercilessly. I decided I'm not standing for this anymore, so I started fighting back. I was taking him down left, right and centre. I could see he was getting more annoyed, and I knew it was going to end up in a physical duel. I had hundreds of moves worked out to use against him. Stop wiggling, mother. Stop that. It's not funny. People are relying on this. Anyway, I knew he was going to come at me, and it happened in the changing rooms. Lucky I was dressed similarly to this. What happened was, stop it a moment. What happened was, what happened was, I knew he was going to come at me, and he did in the changing room. So I was standing there. Luckily, I hadn't taken my shorts off yet. I was just drying my legs off from the football, and he came at me. Now, he came from behind, and this is an important one. So if you are ever being taken from behind, you need to remember these moves. So he's come from behind. He's got his arms around me. He's trying to take me. I'm not standing for this, and I knew exactly what I was going to do. First thing, stamped. on my own leg there, but it was on his ankle footstand, raked it right down his shin. As soon as I did that, his arms released from me, and he's up on one leg. I turned round and I rushed him like this. I've got him on the ground, right? And I'm subduing him with my legs, so I've got one leg over him. He cannot move. He cannot move. And I'm giving it everything that I've got to hold him there. He can barely breathe and he's coughing and stuff. When I release him, before he can get back up, I've come up like this. I've used my elbow and just like that on him. Just like that. Now that elbow has knocked all the air out of him. He's made a funny oof noise and everyone's knocking him. I have physically bested him there. Sorry. I've physically bested him there, and that is a technique if someone is trying to take you from behind. Now, a lot of you have been asking about throat punches and stuff. I don't use throat punches. You could hurt someone too much. I will use a chop on their throat if it's that kind of situation, so it would just be like a judo chop.
Jim, you need to connect your mic and cam before you can add to the stream. Connect your mic and cam, and then I can add you to the stream.
So that is the grapple from behind, how you can fight against that. I hope this has been useful for you. If you need any more kind of fight tips and stuff, send me specific scenarios and I will get back to you.
What do we think about that fella? Right, so this fella, Callum's Corner, he's called. He's got thousands of subs, man. My son showed me him years ago, and I just thought about him the other day. Someone brought him back to my mind, and I thought, I wonder if he's still going. Man's still putting up stuff. But this is one of his earliest videos, but he's a funny fuck guy. Jim, respect for you being in the back, mate, but it's saying, when I go to add you, it says you need to connect your mic stroke cam before I can add you to the stream. Whatever that means. You are sat in the background, I'll give you that. But it won't let me do anything with you. Connect your mic and cam, and we're on. Yeah, he's an absolute tool, isn't he? Oh, mate, honestly, I'm fucking trying my hardest, mate. It's hardcore in here now, man. It's only the hardcore. He does deserve to get beat, like, doesn't he? It was funny. I was like, but he's done loads of other stuff, man. Let me have a look. Let me see what else I've got for you. What about this fella? This is what we heard. This is what we heard. Hello, Daryl. King of the show.
Okay, this week on Gordon Ramsay Tries, we are in a new set. The wife kicked me out of the house because the excrement that was coming out of my mouth destroyed the fucking vinyl surfaces. Okay, this week I have been challenged to try a McDonald's, okay? And for me, that is like spending a week in Guantanamo Bay being fucking waterboarded, okay? Because McDonald's is gash. Now, we have a Big Mac meal and 9 chicken nuggets. Fuck me. For some people, especially Americans, that is a starter or a side dish. Wow, Big Mac. More like Big Cac. Fuck me, look at that. The temperature is, of course, fucking freezing. So the burger already is experiencing fucking hypothermia. Wow, that is perishingly cold. Oscar, Oscar, calm down. Calm down. It's just a burger. It's not going to kill Daddy, okay? Fuck me, it might. Don't cry, Oscar, okay? Wow, now. Wow. I mean, my tongue is trying to hide behind my teeth like it's in fucking jail. That is how shit that is. Oscar, stop crying, darling, okay? It's just a burger. The cheese tastes like the fucking soul of a crock shoe. And the beef, wow, rancid piss. Rancid piss and shit. It tastes like the beef was seasoned by someone who doesn't have limbs. Come on, seriously. Wow. If that was my child, I would put it in fucking foster care. Wow. Not you, Oscar, okay? Not you. I'm talking about the burger. Seriously. Tilly, come and get him. It tastes like a failed BTEC course. Wow. Now, onto the famous nuggies. 9 of them, okay? Standard. Fuck me. Standard, okay? Most people try different sauces, okay? Universally speaking, we'll go with Tommy K, aka ketchup, because most people don't know what sweet curry is, okay? Good. For good fucking reason. Now, you get your tomato sauce, okay? Look at this. Fuck me. It's like trying to break into Fort Knox. Last week, we talked about silicone tits. This really is taking the fucking fillet. Dip it in there. Wow. Fuck me. That. Oh no, my palate is insured for over 3 million. Fuck me. Something tells me I'll be making a fucking claim. Wow. Personally, I wouldn't use any of those sauces. I would use petroleum to erase my fucking tongue. Set it on fire. No, Oscar, we're not gonna fucking start arson. Jesus Christ. As always, the texture is like a cat shat in my mouth. It tastes like fucking anthrax. If I kissed my wife with that on my breath, she would fucking divorce me, okay? She would stab a knife straight through my main artery and make sure I bled out and died good and proper, okay? Overall, I wouldn't send that up my ass backwards. Obesity is killing people day by day. Eating that would make me want to kill my fucking self.
Mr. Schaefer Bates, people, then. Schaefer Bates. Funny as fuck, I swear down. He's got loads of them, man. Fuck me, wow. No, for months, like, it was my son who showed me him, yeah. So for months we were just walking around the house going, fuck me, wow. It's raw. Fuck me. Fuck me, wow. Beautiful. Fuck me. For months, man, we were just going around the house saying that to each other. You know, yeah, Jim, mate. So let's put it out there. Jim has twice been backstage, yeah? He's never been on a panel before. He's been backstage. Went to add him on the stream, and it's saying he needs to connect his mic and cam. So, like I think Julie said, points for that. But like my mate Dennis, who can only come on a panel, he can't join the chat. You certainly did, Jim. Maybe next time anyway, but fuck me. There's another one. I might put you another one on just before I go here. Let's have a look. Because he's done loads of them, this Schaefer Bates fella. And that Callum's Corner as well, the guy with the fighting skills. I might make him a little regular, like. What's it? That was a McDonald's, wasn't it? The KFC version then. Fuck me. Wow. Beautiful.
Okay. fuck me, wow. Last week we tried the Subway, which, fuck me, looked like it had been killed on the tracks. This week we are trying a KFC, which has the Zinger Burger, 2 hot wings, okay, some fries, probably cold as shit, and some famous gravy, which looks like it's been taken out of a liposuction patient's gut. Fuck me, wow. First things first, we have the Zinger Burger, okay? It looks as dead as Donald Trump's thoughts on the BLM, Black Lives Matter protests, okay? Dead. Doesn't exist. Fuck me. Look at it. Look at that. Okay? The chicken is still talking to me. Hello? Wow. It's still clucking. It's saying, fucking kill me again. It's saying, pan down. Pan down. Okay? Or for the smart asses in the comment section, tilt. Okay? I don't know the fucking difference. Okay? I'm just a chef. Award winning. Okay? Fuck off. Now, disclaimer, if your burger is talking to you, okay, you're probably high as a fucking kite. Or the chicken needs to be killed again with a good sharp knife. Get the knife and let it do the fucking work. Fuck me, a spat everywhere. Now, for the taste. Okay. Wow, it tastes like silicone tits. I mean, fuck me, that is rancid, okay? Gnarly, fuck me. If I were to regurgitate this chicken, okay, I'd breathe life back into it and rehome it with Joseph fucking Fritzl. I don't even know what that means. Wow, even the dog's looking at me going, Dad, why are you eating a bun full of meningitis? Fuck me, I don't know. Now, we have KFC's famous gravy, notoriously hyped up by Fiat 500 drivers who are always hungover. Okay, I've been told to get one of KFC's fries, okay, that look limp and dip it right in to the centre. Now, out, dust it off, okay, in. Wow, I mean, fuck me, that is... Fuck me! Fucking rancid. I can't stop eating it though. It's raw. Fuck me! Wow. It's salty, it's beefy, but most of all, it's Moorish. Oh my God. Wow. But I can't stop eating it. Oh, fuck me. Let's try it with a little bit of a spoon. Stir it up. Oh. Tastes like shit. Tilly, come and clean this up. Now, I don't often eat hot food because I like my sphincter to stay intact. Wow, look at these hot wings. They look like they've been lowered into lava and said farewell to fucking John Connor. Now, for the taste. Wow, I mean, fuck me. It tastes like a newly born lamb's smegma. And how do I know that? I've been on many expeditions with Bear Grylls. I've tried bison's penis, chicken fanny, and all other manner of anatomy of animals, okay? And that is the fucking worst. Wow, that is rancid shit. Fuck me. Wow. Fuck me, wow. That smells like a yeast infection. God, thrush left for days. Fuck me. Overall, I wouldn't share this rancid, putrid shit to any of my farmyard animals, okay? The food has rigor mortis. Look at it. It's fucking dead. Fuck me. Shut it down. Tilly, come and clean this shit up. Fuck off. Like, fuck you, okay? Shut it down. Cut.
Sorry about that, guys. Just one of my favourites. Darryl, how are you doing, fella? See you there, mate. Respect for coming on earlier. There's a few people, if anyone missed it, they want to hear Darryl coming back to his favourite channel, giving us the update. Everything's fine. Respect for that, mate. And I'm pretty sure we'll see a bit more of him. Don't know in what capacity. Kira, how did I know that you would think Frankie Boyle is hilarious? I would have put my mortgage on that. Whatever I mean by that. We'll have to work it out. Bit of a footballer, oh God, like Gordon Ramsay. He plays in them thingies, doesn't he? Plays in them where they do it for charity, Robbie Williams thing. I'm sure he went bankrupt though at one point, didn't he? God knows how, like, because he was never off the telly in 20 years ago, all the mad shows he had in that. Channel 4 and Channel 5. Like, I think I've watched every episode. Kitchen Nightmares, was it? Then he even went over to America and smashed America. The man still went bankrupt. Maybe he's got a gambling problem there. Maybe he's on the slots. Between shoots and that, he's blown all his money. Yeah, I heard something like that, didn't he? His wife's dad, there was a bit of tension there, wasn't there? There would be, man, if you'd lost millions and millions, eh? He's had some comebacks, hasn't he? Nah, I like Gordon Ramsay. Like, he's all right. It couldn't work for him though. God, seen some of them chefs. You know, the big chefs, like the twats, aren't they? Proper twats. Like you watch them on telly, and who's going to go to work and sweat your tits off and get shouted at all day off Gordon Ramsay? Sorry, but that's you'd have to pay me a lot of money to do that. But you try to cook or put something on a plate with perfection, yeah? When you've got Gordon Ramsay spitting all over you, shouting at you, telling you you're fucking useless, and yeah, he's got to be, but he's got to have plenty in the bank. Got to have. Robbie, yeah, gotta love Robbie Williams. I'll be honest, he's another one, isn't he? He come from the depths of despair, and now, well, he come from Stoke, didn't he? Isn't he from Stoke-on-Trent? He's a good friend of Phil Taylor, the darts player, comes from the same place as him. What do we reckon Phil Taylor's worth? I've asked this before, you know. So he's a world champion, best darts player on the planet, yeah. And we know things have changed for darts now. It's in another league now, isn't it? And I think Phil Taylor probably wishes he was 10 years younger, obviously. And who doesn't? But to think of the money, if he was in playing darts now, it's a different kettle of fish, you know. But I mean, I don't know, has Phil Taylor got a big flash house? And because I don't think he has, from what I've seen. But to be world champion at anything for 20 years, or to be the best at something in the world, it's got to be worth something. It's like the golfers. I mean, come on. Do people realise how much money these golfers are, how much some of these golfers are worth? You don't even have to be brilliant. If you get on if you get on the PGA Tour, right? The PGA Tour, so you're guaranteed 40 tournaments a year, right? Just for turning up, you get paid. Just for turning up. But if you win one competition on the PGA Tour, you've made it. You're talking £3 million just for winning something you love, and you get paid £2 or £3 million to be good at it. Fucking crazy, man. Tiger Woods. Even if you hate golf, right? There's a documentary on Sky documentaries. I'm sure it'll be on the Fire Stick and everything, and you'll be able to find it anyway. It's probably on YouTube. But you watch that documentary about Tiger Woods. I think it's in 2 parts, and overall it's about 3 hours. But best documentary you'll ever watch, showing you how from being a kid, you know, these golfers, they're not just, I know I've just said they get paid a fortune, but these have had golf clubs in their hands from like 2-year-old, and Tiger Woods was pushed into it by his dad. He drilled golf into it all his life. and we all seen what happened. But the other side of Tiger Woods in this documentary, the double life he was leading, which we've all seen the pictures, or crashing his car. It all started with him. He had an argument with his wife. Perfect. He's got a beautiful wife. I think they had one kid at the time, and it turns out it's on the news that Tiger Woods has crashed his car in his gated community in wherever he lives in America. And then the questions were, why has he crashed his car? And it turns out that the man's a sex addict, and he's leading several lives anyway, not just a double life. And he's keeping it all because he obviously used to go flying all around the world, playing golf. But he had a woman in every port type of thing. Unbelievable. And from that, so he's gone at this point when all this happened, he was still the best golfer in the world. He was the main man. He's got sponsorship with Nike, probably in the top 3 sporting earners in the world ever. Millions and millions of pounds, top of his game. And then all this comes out. He takes a little break from golf, gives all the others a chance. They must have loved it, the golfers. And then as the stories come out more and more every week, he's doing this, he's got this woman, he's saying he wants to marry this woman. Unbelievable, right? To the point where he didn't play golf through, he had an injury as well, but he didn't play golf for a few years. He wasn't any competitions or anything. It just shows you how we can go from hero to zero, But just to top it all off, he did make, anyone who understands golf, he made a comeback. And he's still good, he'll always be good. But his finest moment when he came back and won the Masters, it was the Masters a few years ago. And that has got to go down as one of the biggest achievements in any sportsman, to come back from what he did to win a major. But yeah, if you haven't seen it, go and watch that on Sky Documentaries. Boris Becker, yeah, I like Boris's son boy as well. And Boris is, didn't he get some woman pregnant, a waitress? He had a bit of a naughty boy, wasn't he, on a night out in a restaurant? Didn't he shag a waitress in a closet or something, in a closet, and she got pregnant, and turns up 9 months later, oh, you've got a son or a daughter, Boris. And I think is that right? Am I right in saying that, Slim? But obviously, Boris Becker's famous for winning Wimbledon when he was 17, I think. Another one, Wimbledon, that's on the bucket list as well. You know what, Jim? I don't know how old Jim is. I've learned one thing tonight: Scottish, which I don't know if that's out there. But all the time I've watched Jim, I've not known that he's Scottish. I don't know if he puts it out there. But anyway, yeah, South Park. I can remember when South Park come out. I think I was about 25. So you're talking 25 years ago. It's hard to believe. But we used to go out on a Friday night, and there was 4 of us, and we all used to go home for when South Park was on, about 10:30 on a Friday night, wasn't it? Channel 4. Brilliant, man. Cartman. I even had the thing. just remember they even had the car things, you know, that went in your car. The little Cartmans and the little Kennys. It's bad, isn't it? He's some boy like it. We you know what? We had this conversation before, yeah. And yeah, we had this conversation before about the Undateables. I think it was with Daryl. It was one of the funniest things ever. It's still on here anyway. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to find it and I'm going to clip it. It's from a live last year. And me and Daryl were on, and we were on about Tourette's. We got on about Tourette's, and Tourette's. We all know Tourette's, right? It's funny, isn't it? Even people with Tourette's they'll tell you that it's fucking hilarious. Like, but me and Daryl like done this 5 or 10 minute chat about if people could you imagine somebody with Tourette's walking down your road or being in Liverpool town centre. It was funny, like. But the thing about the Undateables is there's like two sides of it, isn't there? But the argument from me was that Channel 4, like, what are they trying to say? What about like the Undateables? It went on for about 9 or 10 series out of it. But under what bracket do you put the Undateables? It's not drama, is it? Documentary, comedy. I mean, there's an argument there for it going down as comedy, isn't it? Or what's the other one? You know, when you click on BBC iPlayer or ITVX and it says categories, what category does the Undateables come under? Because all I watched it for was was to laugh. We all laughed at it. But you know what? I think it was actually Daryl who was saying there was like serious. There was a serious side to it, you know. But it was great, like great show. Like some of the characters on there. It's one of them. The Undateables. There's arguments for both sides, isn't there? Can't get to it. Don't know if there's still. I don't think. How many series was there of that, Jim? Because I still cannot believe to this day that the Simpsons, they're still making the Simpsons episodes, new episodes, like up to date, like people who write the Simpsons. Yeah. So geniuses, man. I know. I've noticed that, Slim. I've noticed that, like, I think YouTube might get onto that, like the amount of swearing that comes out of Tim Smith's mouth. Terrible. Terrible, Tim. Should be ashamed of yourself, mate. Right. People, 4 hours, 8 minutes of pure entertainment. Some quality people in the chat there, just looking up there, all absolute lunatics. Slim, we got some lunatics in here, like, have we? Yeah, man, massive respect, though. I'm gonna put my favourite song on, and while I say my goodbyes, yeah. But it's been a good one, man. Enjoyed it. This is where I need to get better, like doing shit like this. Crap.
Since I was younger, I've had the hunger to fill up my lungs with marijuana, cause I wanna never go younger. I wanna stay on top, smoking the pop, producing hip-hop. But the haters wanna stop me, but I'll never stop. My lyrics can be cryptic shit, which you shouldn't witness. Twisted, vicious, not fictitious, something making cops suspicious. This is written under the influences of my medicine, so I suggest that you just pass the bong and then let me hit this. Bubbling bong, brother, I'm strong, yeah, I'm getting utterly wrong. People say it shouldn't be done, but they try to be good at a fun. I like a microphone with me whenever I like to clone, you see, cause when I hear a note I beat, whenever I may be smoking weed, depending on the potency, it helps to be a pro MC. Nobody can hold this piece of poetry and foes believe, whether you be close to me or even if you're overseas. I'll gladly say this openly, I'm taking over globally. I'll get round to it one of these days. It's a factor, lyrically I am a pro, I'm the master, nobody can deny me my flow. You better pasta, marijuana around the microphone, you know I'm in the zone when I'm smoking the homegrown. I'm smoking grasper, smoking it in quarters a pound, and when it's backed up with bitches and the bassline sound, you can act up. This ain't addictive and satisfying when you're living in the life of a Rastafarian. I'm a veteran, inevitably better than anyone, with a shred of evidence of being excellent. Haters be hesitant, messing with the president, evidently that's me. Never be bad to anyone till they turn nasty. I think calmly, don't wake up till 3:30. So really I've only got half a day to get angry. There ain't no plan B, smoking the gang see me ripping these lyrics whenever I smoke to a damn beat. My heart beats whenever my pen and pad meet. It's hard seat for you to ever understand me. I have weed in the pocket by my arse cheek, but last week I lost it within the car seat. It had me very angry, and if you see me on the streets, don't ask me if you can have some from me. You even offer money, and no, if I'm with a mate, it don't mean you can have threes. Fuck it, go on then. Hurry up, hurry up. It's a factor, lyrically I am a pro, I'm the master, nobody can deny me my flow. You better pasta, marijuana around the microphone, you know I'm in the zone when I'm smoking the homegrown. I'm smoking grasper, smoking it in quarters a pound, and when it's backed up with bitches and the bassline sound, you can act up. This ain't addictive and satisfying when you're living in the life of a Rastafarian. You shouldn't smoke weed, it's bad for your memory, and if you are an MC, well then you are gonna be arguably the biggest failure in our family tree. Hard to believe actually, ain't my dad in this tree. People be criticizing, but don't be dissing till you've tried it. Anyone who has, they can't deny that life is nicer, flying higher. Plenty of lyricists that I know got wicked records and they smoke the dope. I guess I get better with every talk, but my ex got better with every bloke. When is a beat right ahead of me, yo? I get set in the many and then I be go. My enemy deadly, so enemies know I'm not threatening you, I'm just letting you know. Nobody can get ahead of me though, I'm open to challenges, let it be known. Step up to me and I'm ready to blow, I'm like a time bomb with a second to go. Domination, on the mic I cause annihilation, I kill with lyrical assassination. I get a feel cause it's a fascination, and half the nation's admirations aimed at fucking fashion statements. Spot this rap sensation about to make a mass invasion. Eventually anyway. It's a factor, lyrically I am a pro, I'm the master, nobody can deny me my flow. You better pasta, marijuana around the microphone, you know I'm in the zone when I'm smoking the homegrown. I'm smoking grasper, smoking it in quarters a pound, and when it's packed up with bitches and the bassline sound, you can act up. This ain't addictive and satisfying when you're living in the life of a Rastafarian. Rastafarian, living in the life of a Rastafarian. Rastafari.